Good morning and welcome to this meeting of BCP Council's Cabinet. My name is Councillor Millie Earle and I'm the leader of BCP Council and I'm also the chair of Cabinet. I have with me Councillor Mike Cox, who's the deputy leader and will be assisting me with this meeting. I'd like to welcome members of the public that we have in the room and of course also other councillors who are joining us both here and online. I'm going to pass over to Democratic Services Officer Sarah to go through the housekeeping for today's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Please note that this meeting of the Cabinet is being recorded by the Council for live broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. Please can everyone present follow these ground rules. Only speak when invited to by the leader. If accessing via Teams, always turn on your video function when invited to speak and state your name. Please use your microphones when speaking and mute or turn off your microphone when you are not talking. If you're accessing via Teams and would like to speak on an item, please indicate by utilising the raise your hand feature in the bar at the top of the Teams window. For those in the room, please note that if the fire alarm sounds, exit the building by where the nearest available signed exit route and make your way to the assembly point at the War Memorial in the gardens opposite the front of this building in Vaughan Avenue. Finally, please ensure background noise is kept to a minimum and mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to silent for the duration of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. So on to agenda item 1, which is apologies. I can confirm none have been received and we're all present. Agenda item 2 is declarations of interest. So Cabinet, do we have any to declare?
Thank you, Leader. I'd like to declare a pecuniary interest in relation to item 8, Town Centre Improvement Fund. So I will not vote on this item, but having consulted the monitoring officer, I would like to speak on the item, but not directly to the paper, more to do with the future of town centres in general. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you. I've got a non-pecuniary interest as a voluntary director of Pool Bid in the same item 8.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, just in terms of transparency, item number 12, the council-owned company shareholder governance review. I am a director of 3 of the companies as outlaid in the report. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I also have 2 to declare. One is that I'm a director of Christchurch Bid, which also relates to agenda item 8. And the other is that I'm a director of the Seascape Group Limited, which is agenda item 12. And both of those are non-pecuniary interests. If any others come up, then just give me a shout and we can raise them as we go through the agenda. Okay, so agenda item 3 is the confirmation of minutes of the last meeting of Cabinet, which was in September. Can I have a proposer for the minutes of that meeting? Kieran?
Yep, happy to propose, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. And can I have someone to second that one, please? Councillor Cox?
Yes. Second.
Thank you very much. So finally, because we have something proposed and seconded, we just need to unanimously agree that or not. So can I see if Cabinet? Thank you, that is unanimous. Okay, so agenda item 4 is public issues. There have been no petitions submitted to this meeting. However, we do have one public question, and we have 3 statements. So our public question relates to agenda item 13, which is Hawkwood Road Community Centre and the Towns Fund Master Plan, and that is going to be asked by Philip Stanley Watts. So Mr. Stanley Watts, do you want to come up and ask your question, please?
Thank you for allowing me to speak here today. My public question is about the Hawkwood Road car park regeneration project. Boscombe needs a community centre, so could you please tell me the town timeline about the building process? In the actual planning application, it's been described as a pocket park How big is this? And can the park be an NHS COVID Memorial Park, as many of the workers from the NHS hospital live in Boscombe? There's a silver birch and other trees all around the Hawkwood Road car park. Can these be protected? And I believe there should be a greening of the car park with more trees, shrubbery and protected habitats. It was regretful that top retailer W.H. Smith was lost to the Boscombe High Street scene. And would the council find another major retailer for Boscombe? Committee member of the Woodland Trust. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stanley Watts. Can I invite Councillor Kieran Wilson to respond?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your question, and really glad that your proposal to build the new community centre is welcomed. I'm going to take your question in a few chunks, obviously, because there was quite a lot there. Firstly, in terms of the town's funding, the town's fund is an allocated grant funding awarded by the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government for levelling up areas in and around Boscombe. For this allotted amount for the community centre, it's 4.1 million that we're using in grant, and further information can be found about the town's fund and what's being used on our website. In terms of the timeline, demolition of the W.H. Smith's building is forecast for early 2025, which will enable the building of the community centre to commence soon afterwards. It will approximately take 18 months to build, subject to contract, and the programme for the project can be found at Appendix 7 in the report later today. In terms of the question around the pocket park, as it's described, how big that is, it's 41 metres long and 35 metres wide. In terms of whether it can be a NHS COVID Memorial Park, I think that's something that we can definitely explore with the community and with our parks team and see if that's something that people would appreciate. The silver birch and the other trees around the Hawkwood Road car park being protected. There are no trees expected to be removed from the community centre development, which this decision covers. All trees are independently assessed to identify which can be retained and which need to be removed. 7 trees are expected to be removed as part of the residential car park development on Hawkwood Road to allow for new entrances, which will be replaced by new trees as part of the scheme landscaping. Finally, in terms of whether there should be greening of the car park with more trees and shrubbery and protected habitats, the site will be substantially greener than the original car park. Please, if you could have a look at the proposed site plan at Appendix 5. The overall site will be subject to planning conditions, which include tree protection measures, tree planting, and the requirement of a landscape management plan. So in summary, yes, we would hope that it is much greener than what is currently there. So once again, thank you for your question, Philip.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. So we are moving on to public statements. The first one is from Ian Redman on agenda item 8, which is the town centre improvement plan. However, Mr. Redman isn't here, so Sarah, if you could please read his statement, that would be great.
Thank you. Public statement from Ian Redman. BCP Council has a history of failed projects and squandering taxpayers' money. The Eco Hub, Toff Steps, Porter Cabins, Bayside Restaurant, Holdenhurst Road redevelopment, and the list goes on. The projects described in the Town Centre Improvement Fund for Bournemouth look like another waste of money. Has any visitor survey said Bournemouth needs selfie and photo opportunities, story blocks, graphics to dress the streets, or a mural on a wall next to an underused cycle path? These projects look like you're putting icing on a mouldy cake. Within the papers, there is no evidence these proposals will deliver long-term benefits for the town. It looks like you have scraped together some random projects to give the economic development team an £8,000 management fee.
Thank you, Sarah. The next public statement is again from Mr. Stanley Watts, and it relates to agenda item 10, which is the Christchurch Bay and Harbour flood and coastal erosion risk management strategy. So, Mr. Stanley Watts, please go ahead.
Thank you. In the Christchurch Bay Flood Management Plan, costings should be met because there is an urgency and there is a need to protect residents from flooding. And in the partnership with other local authorities, there should be a development in partners and looking forward to a natural flood defence strategy. And that's in the light of the climate emergency. That is my short statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stanley Watts. And we have a final public statement from Susan Stockwell, which also relates to agenda item 8 on the Town Centre Improvement Fund. So, Susan.
Investment in Bournemouth Town Centre is no more than whitewashing over a serious damp problem. As long as BCP's councillors continue to licence 7 floors of sexual entertainment. Please put aside party allegiances and stop ignoring the harassment of women. We don't want to be rescued by expensive police and council resources paid for by our taxes. We want the licensing stopped.
Thank you very much, Susan Stockwell, for your statements. Okay, so we are going to move on to agenda item 5, which is recommendations from overview and scrutiny committees. So these are recommendations that are not relating to an item on the Cabinet agenda. So I want to invite the chairs to present any recommendations. Councillor Bartlett, Chair of Overview and Scrutiny Board, anything from you?
Good morning, Cabinet. No, nothing from the Overview and Scrutiny Board, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chris Rigby, who is Chair of Environment and Place Overview and Scrutiny, I can't see in the room or online. Councillor Canavan, Chair of Health Overview and Scrutiny Committee, anything from you? Nope, I'm getting a head shake over there. And Councillor Carr-Brown, Chair of Children's Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Are there any recommendations from your committee?
Yes, there is. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you absolutely fine. Please do go ahead.
Lovely. I haven't done this before, so what I'm going to do is just very briefly introduce what the recommendations are, and then just a little bit of background in terms of what the committee did. Is that appropriate?
Absolutely.
Cool. Thanks. Okay. So actually, I'll do it the other way around. I'll give you a little bit of background. It was a working report that we received into child exploitation. It was actually an historic piece of work that had been begun in 1922, good grief. Took a wide range of contributions, including from the Police and Crime Commissioner and the Chief Inspector via a series of informal meetings. It's a very complex area requiring a multi-agency response, and child exploitation is if not the root cause of knife crime that we see in our conurbation amongst children, young people. So the police are very focused on this, e.g. the county lines that we hear a lot about, but they can't do everything. And this working group gave an opportunity for young people to explore the perception of safety when carrying a knife. And in fact, many through that realised that it doesn't actually make them any safer. And we also made use of the youth parliament members. They were key in this. And they talked about how you can use the PSHE lessons in school to discuss the issues. And they may want to take this forward more. It was actually one of the main platforms that our current reps were elected on. Excuse me. So the committee discussion, very briefly, we're aware, obviously, that knife crime is an issue for every part of BCP. And so a focus on this and the associated child exploitation needs to continue to be a priority. We highlighted the importance of addressing knife crime as a priority, and that the work of this working group should continue. We also discussed the importance of experienced youth workers in tackling child exploitation, and highlighted the ongoing complexities around that. And equally, community engagement is key to helping combat this issue, including councillors actively involving young people in their wards. We discussed the possibility of creating a new working group because the one that created this report has actually come to an end and the committee has changed, that includes young people, and that would give them an opportunity to lead on and have a voice in this matter. And additionally, the committee proposed training sessions for councillors led by youth representatives to share their insights. And finally, as I said before, the Youth Parliament reps wanted to be involved in however this work can be continued in order to project the youth voice and represent their peers. And so the recommendations to Cabinet are, the committee agreed to continue monitoring this important issue regularly with a view to considering a further working group on this item, and it has been added to our work plan. And the recommendations to Cabinet are that partnership working be promoted to ensure increased communication around the issues highlighted with parents, schools, children and youth services, and that earlier age-appropriate education be implemented within schools across BCP regarding the risks associated with exploitation, drugs and the dangers of carrying weapons.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr-Brown. I'm just going to check if anyone on Cabinet would like to respond. Councillor Richard Burton, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, Leader. Yeah, this is a slightly strange situation because, of course, back in November 22-23, I was chairing Children's Overviewing Scrutiny, and it was actually I that chaired the working group that brought this. And I'm very grateful that the current Children's Overviewing Scrutiny took time to look at this. It took quite a long time to come. Now, I believe also Councillor Moore was also on the, yeah, just for a minute, Sandra, you was also on the working group, weren't you? So you also remember this well, and a lot of really good work was done, and it was incredibly interesting. Therefore, I mean, both recommendations I'm very much in support of, obviously, with just one slight explanation with the work on PSHE, the second recommendation. Because of course the local authority can't dictate what the school curriculum is. Therefore, we've got to look at ways which we can support it. The PSHE, which is where this work will be done, is a non-statutory part of the curriculum. However, the DfE guidance do say that schools should get involved in this sort of thing, and they actually do provide, the PSHE Association do provide some lessons to cover this. The new nice free lesson plans are available on the DfE website. However, I feel that as a local authority can support this more. There's many of you might have been at the CAM a couple of Saturdays ago. I'll mention it later on. I've got the sticker there, which I did say I'll show to people whenever I could. Therefore, I'm very much in support of it, but it's looking at ways that we can do this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burton. So in terms of your ongoing monitoring, Councillor Carr-Brown, I think that if you need an additional response from Cabinet or any additional sort of assurance that we have taken that on board, then we'll take it away and come back to you as chair of the committee. I don't believe we have to have a vote or anything on it. Oh, no. Yes, of course. So I don't believe we have to have a vote on it, but I think there are maybe a couple of Cabinet members who wish to speak. So, Councillor Martin.
It was very simply to say that I have, as Councillor Carr-Brown knows, I have quite a good source on the Children's Overview and Scrutiny Committee. I would like to simply say that, just thank her for her bringing her knowledge, her professionalism, her inclusivity and her sensitivity to the role of chair of overview and children's overview and scrutiny. It's most refreshing. Not that it's a surprise at all, certainly not to me, because I've met with Councillor Carr-Brown several times over several issues. But I think it's a belated congratulations on becoming chair and doing such an incredibly good job. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Martin. Okay, so we will move on with our agenda, and I'm just looking around if anyone else wants to speak, but no. So we're going to move on with our agenda. I'm slightly going to adjust it just because we have partners in the room to present and engage with kind of the cabinet process. So I'm going to be moving agenda item 16, which is the Pan Dorset Safeguarding Children Partnership Annual Report 23-24, and moving that up right to the top of the next part of the agenda, and then we will continue with it as before. So, Councillor Richard Burton, this is a children's paper, and I believe that you will be presenting it. I'm very happy to second this one. So, Councillor Burton, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Leader. So the Pan Dorset Safeguarding Children's Partnership Annual Report is statutory guidance requires the safeguarding partners to jointly report on the partnership safeguarding activity they have undertaken in the 12-month period. This report is the last report from the Pan Dorset Safeguarding Children's Partnership, as we have decided in July, if I remember rightly, at this Cabinet, that we would separate into two new multi-agency safeguarding children partnerships, one covering BCP and the other covering the Dorset Council areas. So the future reports will cover BCP only. I noticed that there's a quote from Alexandra Graham Bell at the beginning of the report. I thought I'd put a second quote in. When one door closes, another opens, but we often look so long and so regretfully upon the closed door that we do not see the one which has opened for us. Now, I did think about just leaving it there and saying that is now over. Let's look forward to the BCP version of this. However, there's a few things I would like to highlight in the report. Key areas for learning from reviews of the partnership include ensuring effective multi-agency responses to working with young people and knife crime, and work with children and families in trauma-informed ways. That links very well in what we've just heard. And the trauma-informed working, it makes a lot of difference. I'd also like to highlight that the key safeguarding developments in the agency sections of the report highlights the differences that the BCP Children's Services Improvement Journey is making on the safeguarding of children. Returning to knife crime, in the report highlights the learning that's happened from the PDSCP reviews. I would also like to highlight the work being done by CAM. The changes are made, and since the report CAM event in Bournemouth on Saturday 21st of September, which I did mention earlier, that I know a number of us were there to support it. I don't normally talk about the Dorset parts of the report. However, there's a couple of bits, or one particular bit I would like to bring out from that. The Dorset's strategic needs assessment identifies 6 drivers of serious violence, which are identified. And I've highlighted 4 of the 6 here: childhood development, childhood vulnerability, school engagement and exclusions, and mental health. They're themes which are coming up in our discussions an awful lot. There's nothing more important than safeguarding children. I'll be very interested in any comments on this report. And I know if you have any technical details, we'll have an officer here to support me on that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burton. Can I just ask if any councillors outside of Cabinet would like to say anything on this report? Nope. So I'll open that up to Cabinet. Any Cabinet members wanting to comment on this report at all? I'm not seeing any. Okay, so I think that we will probably have to move to a vote in that case. So, oh, actually, is it a full recommendation? Bear with me one moment. There we go. So we are just noting this report. We don't actually need to vote on it. It's just a case of being aware, and if we have anything that we want to raise, raising it now, or being aware of the work that's going on. Yes, and the reason why I moved this forward is because we have the independent chair in the room, which is James Vaughan. And so I just wanted to say thank you for coming along today and save you having to sit through another 2 hours of meetings for that item. Thank you. Okay, so back to our agenda. We have item 6 next, which is the medium-term financial plan update. So this one is presented by Councillor Cox. Is there someone to second this report?
I'm quite happy to second that one, Leader.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burton. Councillor Cox.
Thank you very much, Leader. I just want to start by saying that this is a really comprehensive and detailed and transparent report on the state of the situation we have in BCP at the moment. And I want to thank Adam and his team for being able to put forward some actually quite complex ideas and figures together in such an easy to read way. Essentially, the report acknowledges and wants to, us to acknowledge the progress that we've made so far in 25-26 in respect of the budget and the medium-term financial plan, and really endorse the position we are at the moment. And the position we are at the moment is extremely difficult. As to use the expression that the auditor gave to me recently, we're out of intensive care, but we're still in hospital, and so things are extremely tight in BCP, and we've still got an expenditure clamp down to stop all unnecessary expenditure, because obviously there is a real crisis in the country, not just BCP, in terms of demand-led pressures from services. Many of the services that we are providing are already at a statutory minimum, and so we have to look very carefully at what we're doing. And so far we have managed to protect children's services to a large extent, but how long this can continue, who knows. However, despite all of that, we have made significant progress, and the progress has been really demonstrated by the fact that we've come out of the best value notice. We've been released. It's almost like from a prison term, and we have to acknowledge that we are the first in the country to do that. And so, there's a big clap on the back to everybody who is involved in working towards that goal. Part of the report obviously asks us to approve a new voluntary redundancy, and that voluntary redundancy plan will be based on the 2023 plan that we did last year, but with learnings from what happened last year, and not to forget that the voluntary redundancy will be linked to the transformation programme. Of course, as the report quite clearly states, the elephant in the room is the designated schools grant, and the problems that we have with that. It is completely and utterly unsustainable for this council and for virtually every other council in the country, the way the designated school grants work at the moment. BCP will simply run out of cash before any waiver could be extended to get us out of the current position. I have to say we're thankful for the MP support to date, and to be honest, unusually, I'm very grateful for Councillor Beasley, who last night urged the remaining Conservative MP to join the rest of the MPs to effectively urge government to deal with this as soon as possible. So with that all said, I'd just like to recommend that Cabinet acknowledges the ongoing progress, endorses the latest position, approves the implementation of the VR, notes the update of the conversations that we're having with government to do with DSG, and with the support of the MPs, continue to express concern about the Council's ability to legally set a balanced budget for 25-26. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cox. And this item did actually go to Overview and Scrutiny Board last night. So I just want to see if Councillor Bartlett, who is the chair of that board, has anything to add from the committee.
Yeah, thank you, Leader. Yeah, I'd too like to echo my appreciation to Adam Richards and his team for a really thorough paper, which really does explain in great detail what the financial situation is. What I will say is that we had quite a long debate. It was an interesting debate, but one of the things that did arise, and Councillor Cox has just mentioned it, was the support of MPs in encouraging the government to do something about the designated schools grant. And I think it's fair to say that the committee were disappointed to hear that one of the local MPs had not signed the letter that had been signed by the other local members of Parliament. Now, to be fair, we don't know the reasons why the member didn't sign it. But I think we all wish that and encourage that member to support this issue, and I'm grateful also to Councillor John Beasley for issuing the letter. Although I haven't seen the letter that he's written, but I understand that he has sent a letter. I think the significance of this issue is really, really very serious. The committee are very mindful of it, of course, and we really hope that the government will step in and provide some leadership on this, because we can't go on like this, as Councillor Cox just says, and I'm sure none of us would wish for the Section 151 officer to issue a 114 notice, is it, that would declare the council bankrupt in the event that we run out of money effectively. So I think that's really all I have to say on the MTFP report. So thank you, Leader.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bartlett. I tuned in online last night, and it was a really good debate by the committee, which explored this item. So I'm very grateful to them for giving it the time it needed. So we're now going to see if there are any other councillors in the room who are not on Cabinet or representing Overview and Scrutiny, if they would like to come and speak. I'm not seeing any indications in the room or online. So let's open this up to Cabinet. Wow, it must have been discussed in such depth last night, Overview and Scrutiny, that clearly there doesn't need to be so much debate here. I think just to echo the concerns of Overview and Scrutiny, and the fact that we really, really wanted to have all of the MPs show that cross-party level of support. Don't get me wrong, I think that there isn't a wide understanding now amongst our MPs of what the problems are, but it is having that collective voice on this issue, and because it is such a unique issue, not conflating it with things like the service delivery and making sure that we recognise it as a local government finance issue, which has hit us sooner than other councils, but it will be in the future for everyone else if this doesn't get sorted in the shorter term. So I think I'll just go back to Mike. Do you have anything to add?
No, thank you. No, nothing to add at all.
Okay, so the recommendations on the Cabinet paper have been proposed and seconded. Can I see an indication from Cabinet if we are happy to accept those? Brilliant, that's unanimous, thank you. Okay, so agenda item 7, which is the Poole Civic Centre. This is also a paper for Councillor Cox to present. Is there someone to second it, please, on Cabinet?
Yes, Leader, I'm happy to second that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brown. Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Leader. As you can see from the report, effectively this is to note the confidential minutes of the cross-party asset disposal working group, which was held on the 20th of September 2024, and to approve the disposal of the Poole Civic Centre. I will have an amendment to put forward later on, but I just wanted to wait for the debate before I put that amendment forward. And really just to acknowledge that the Poole Civic Centre is clearly a significant piece of choosing American expression, real estate that we've got in the borough or in the authority, and it is clearly of some historical value,
and I do acknowledge the fact that a number of residents, councillors do value the civic centre to quite a significant degree, but it does cost this authority £19,000 a month, and effectively that's about we're adding up to about £250,000 a year in cost just to maintain it in its current state, and frankly that's completely and utterly unsustainable. The building itself is vulnerable to vandalism, and I think everybody was probably aware of a recent situation there where all the authorities, emergency authorities, had to attend. The historical elements of the building are protected through planning, and I just don't think we can afford to keep an asset like this just for what might happen in the future. I know some people have got various ideas of what they think they should happen to it, but we can't afford to keep it just for that purpose, and therefore I would strongly recommend that this asset needs to be disposed of as soon as possible.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cox. This item didn't go to overview and scrutiny, so I won't invite chairs to speak. However, I'm sure we have some councillors in the room who might want to. I just want to remind councillors before I invite them up that this item does include confidential appendices. So if we are going to discuss those, we will need to go into an exempt session, which is absolutely fine. Just let me know if you want to talk about anything that's in that exempt report. Okay, so councillors in the room willing to speak? Councillor Howell, then we'll do Councillor Cooper, Aikenhead and Trent.
Thank you, Leader. Firstly, I'd like to speak as Sheriff of Poole and Chair of the Poole Charter Trustees Civic Working Group. We were consulted about the disposal, but basically we made it very clear that as Charter Trustees, we weren't in a position to comment. We were happy to say that the Guild Hall was could be transformed into adjusted to create a mayoral parlour, and that would be sufficient for the purposes of the Charter Trustees. But the Charter Trustees are a separate legal entity from the council, and we were sitting as Charter Trustees, so we specifically said that we weren't able to comment on whether the Civic Centre was should be disposed of, and we specifically raised the issue of the town council and whether it might be appropriate for a town council. That was a decision that needed to be made by councillors acting as councillors in council. So I'd now like to say something as a councillor. I'm surprised reading the documentation here. I'm not going to reference there's just a statement in the attached minutes, which I don't think it's going to compromise the confidentiality. So, because it relates to the town council and whether proper consideration has been given by the working group to the potential for a town council in Poole to be created in the future. Later on in this session today, we have a paper which actually proposes to go through a community governance exercise which could lead to a town council, and that begins this month. So it seems very strange that nothing in these papers suggests that the working group has considered the potential use as a town council. If you look at it does say that the principles have the asset disposal principles have been considered, but and I'd just like to read Principle 5. provided consistent with other principles, we will support the acquisition of assets of community organisations and other public sector bodies such as town and parish councils. But if one looks at the minutes, it just says that it's confirmed that these principles have been followed. But there's no discussion, no evidence that the Asset Disposal Committee was even alerted to the potential of a town council here or discussed that. And I find that, you know, on that basis, I feel that this decision should not be made because it's not properly considered all relevant issues. There is another principle, which Principle 4, which talks about taking account of placemaking. You know, it doesn't talk about heritage, but heritage should be something that the council has a mind to protect. And I wonder whether all the members of the working group did actually get a site visit of the premises. It'd be good to know that, because there's a good number of them that aren't Poole councillors. It's a very historic building. In the past, I have reluctantly agreed to its disposal, but that was before the possibility of a town council emerged. And I think that we need to do that process of a town council consideration justice. We need to delay this decision. We would look incredibly stupid if we approve the disposal of
Councillor
this.
Howe,
Yeah.
I should have said at the start that councillors are only supposed to have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just finishing. We would look incredibly stupid as a council if we dispose of the civic centre and then it turns out that the town council would have so many councillors that, you know, they wouldn't fit in the guild hall and they would have fitted in the town council vertical slice, and we have disposed of that. We have a vertical slice option that's been looked at in the past. We need to look at that again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Howe, for your comments. So next I have got Councillor Cooper. If I could invite you up to speak.
Thank you. Try and be swift. Okay, where do I start? I'm going to quote Ernesto Che Guevara, if that's okay. If you tremble with indignation at every injustice, then you are a comrade of mine. And I think there is a gross injustice on this in terms of the memory of Poole and the memory of Christchurch and the memory of Bournemouth as separate towns. And I came up from Cornwall to join the new unitary authority. Jim Brooks was the chief exec. Poole was a beautiful place was the slogan. Animal was our sponsor, and surf, rest and play was the kind of feel. I came into a council where hope, vision and aspirations were really high. The Civic Centre was a hive of innovation and pride, a home full of civic pride and initiatives to bring the history, culture and traditions of Poole to life. And I think memories are so important for the people who live in Poole. I recall as a professional youth worker enabling young people of all ages to attend all aspects of council duties and decision-making processes. From schools councils to youth forums, to people from youth clubs, to anti-bullying conferences, to our annual youth conference. That building is full of memories of young people's democracy and a council that wanted democracy to thrive. So that memory to me is really important because I don't see it here in BCP. I just don't see that. We move to the BCP experiment and the rise and fall begins, ushered along by 14 years of austerity, which whatever political beliefs that we have, we all have that impacting on us. And children and young people and families are paying the highest price. And let's focus on Poole. People say, oh, there's not field to sell this. People don't care about the civic centre. I say nonsense. If you want to level it and build more posh flats that are unaffordable for the people in Poole that can't, you know, or if you want to do this, that and the other, level it and the memory kind of goes. It's a little bit like the fall of the House of Usher. I drive past the Civic Centre and I remember so much joy, innovation and pride, and I expect everybody who works in that building does, and that needs to be considered. Our mayor works out of the back of a van when Pete is doing his stuff. I mean, just reflect on that, what that means for the people, the history and the heritage of Poole. And this is part of the decimation of that. I feel BCP, and personally, is a fiscal failure, and we have to deal with that. Sorry? 20 seconds. All right. I'm against this decision, and I agree with everything that Mark Howell said. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cooper. I'm so sorry to keep to time, but I'm aware lots of people. Thank you. Councillor Aikenhead.
Thank you. So, how did we get here? I believe that there was a motion to full council years ago that actually suggested that we would do a deal that meant we would get part of this site for community use. But I can't find any information about why that deal fell through, except that the full council agreed with it and the leader of the council stopped it without doing any consultation. There's not the current leader, previous leader of the council. I would really like to see some investigation as to why this happened and how we have got to this terrible situation that we are in now, and whether we can actually still consider the proposals that were agreed by that full council. After this, it went into the black hole that was Future Places, and nothing else happened for ages. Following this, we decided to close down Future Places, and somebody tried to slip the selling of this building in on the end of the motion as the last point, and this was picked up by scrutiny, and then we decided no, it needs to have a little bit more thinking about than that. And so it went to the working group, which it hadn't gone to before. And the working group were given a report telling them that the charter trustees are basically fine with this because the working group's been consulted and they've agreed it's all fine and we can go ahead with it, which is totally and utterly incorrect. The working group didn't even have a remit to decide this, and the rest and the charter trustees knew nothing of it. As a ward councillor who is right next to this building, my ward goes right up to the edge of the building. Why was I not consulted? And for a matter of fact, why weren't the people of Poole consulted? Why are we making these big decisions without consulting people? This is not just a building. Yes, we can look at the costs, we can look at those sort of aspects of it, but this is an important part of the heritage and history of Poole, and we need to be giving this decision the proper respect. The cabinet member mentioned that we can't delay it for something which might happen. I presume he was referring to parishing, which is actually something that is on your agenda later on today to start the review for that. So it's not something way in the future, it's something we're going to start thinking about right now, and something that actually needs to happen because there is a democratic deficit in BCP, where Christchurch has towns and parish councils and Poole and Bournemouth don't. So I think we need to have more respect for residents in Poole and actually consult them about what we should be doing with the building. Just think, if somebody told you that we were going to be merged with
Aikenhead, I'm so sorry
Dorset,
to interrupt, but
okay,
a couple more moments.
Okay, if somebody suggested that we were to be merged with Dorset and all meetings would be in Dorchester and this building would be sold, that would be a really big thing for local people. So that's what's happening in Poole here. So I hope that the amendment Councillor Cox is going to move later is going to be to delay this decision in order to consult fully with local people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aikenhead. Next, I have Councillor Trent and then Councillor Canavan.
Thank you, Leader. It's a pity I picked up the watch that hasn't got a second hand, but I'll try to keep to time. First of all, we started off in my time with the vertical slice, which was to take place the day after I was at mayor making and the last thing that actually happened in the old Poole Civic Centre. That the plug was pulled on that with 4 days notice, and it was a former council leader who seemed to have done that totally at his own thing. The vertical slice was going to be with the coroner's court, and it was interesting that at last night's overview and scrutiny, there was a financial pressure with the coroner's service, which is not that far short of the cost of keeping the civic centre open, which is the next thing I want to come on to, is that I'm not sure how the costs are made up, and we probably would have to go into confidential to be told how the costs are made up, because my understanding is that those costs are potential costs rather than actual costs. And so I think we need some more discussion about that. The town parish that we've heard about, and obviously it's got to be a bottom-up thing, but that would be 18 months away from being created. So it isn't as if it's a long way in the future. And personally, I think that the vertical slice idea is actually still an important consideration. The Guildhall, we're talking about a mayor's parlour, is a temporary fix. You actually need room for proper meetings and so on. So I do think that the whole timing of this is dodgy. And I think the other thing is that future places, I did actually have the ability, as I was mayor at the time, of going around with future places and looking at their master plan. I think the hotel idea was a little bit of a pipe dream, but I do think that there is potential customers for large parts of the site. And I'm wondering why it's the civic centre, the disputed bit, that's being looked at first for a capital receipt and not the annex, which is a complete building. And I don't think there's very, very many other considerations to come into it. So I think any disposal should be subject to a partition, and I think this needs to be talked about. I think that the building needs to be dealt with as two elements, and that we should protect the bit that we called the vertical slice. We should protect it long term, because in a couple of years' time, it could be in use as something which could actually be saving BCP Council some money if it operates properly. But you know, that's a subject later on in the agenda, and it's very much a bottom-up decision. So I don't know how I am on the 3 minutes, because not having a second hand, you can't watch a thing go round. But I do think we need to split the decision and look to something a little bit more thought through.
Thank you, Councillor Trent. So next I have got Councillor Canavan.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to reassure Councillor Howell that if you'd read the minutes of the Asset Disposal Working Group, you will have seen my name appearing in there saying that I was opposed to this. I do not believe it meets the principles that the working group has set itself. And I'm not going to repeat the other reasons why people are opposing this sale. And I don't know either what Councillor Cox change to the recommendations is. But I'm here to ask you to defer this decision. I know you don't need to tell me the history of it, because been there, done that, got the T-shirt. So we've seen this go through a long, laborious process. But what you haven't done, it seems to me, in any recent time, is to consult residents as to what they want. So I absolutely respect what Councillor Trent has just said, but the answer, in my view, is to ask residents what they want, how they want to see that building go forward. And you know, I've been to these meetings before, Chair, and criticised this council for its approach to consultation, and I'm doing it again, because unless you consult the public properly, you will have
another repeat of the situation where you just exacerbate dissatisfaction and disenchantment with the concept of BCP. So I'm formally asking this cabinet to defer this decision to enable the council to have proper consultation with the residents as to what they see the future of that building. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Canavan. I'm just looking around to see if any other councillors in the room or online wish to speak on this item. I can't see anyone indicating, so I'm going to go back to Cabinet. Councillor Cox, you mentioned potentially amending.
Yeah, Cabinet.
Okay, shall we hear what Cabinet has to say first? Councillor Hadley.
Thank you. Yes, as the third Poole Town Councillor, I share some of the concerns of my colleagues in terms of this, and it is about the history. This isn't the first civic building in Poole. There have been a number, not least the Guildhall, and I think part of it is around the uncertainties that both the governance review that we're undertaking and also the devolution prospects from government, which has quite a lot of lack of clarity on in terms of what gets devolved to what level, what that might mean for things that we might want to devolve to a lower level as part of setting up a town council and what the scale of those might be. I personally can't see that we would want to use the whole of the civic centre, and I think the concept of the vertical slice, which is the policy that we as council adopted, and it was the previous Conservative leader who unilaterally and without any consultation with councillors, let alone with the public, overturned that in order to have his grand hotel idea, which went nowhere. And I do think the history and the bit that people are really passionate about is the chamber and that public space and that opportunity to have a community facility within the building. Again, he had this idea that it would be a restaurant and that the public could buy coffees at huge expense, which wasn't a community facility. The idea of partitioning the site is actually a really valuable one, because the annex is in a very different part of the site. It's a bit similar to here. The annex to this building is thermally very inefficient, and it's a nature of the age of the buildings. And the annex at Poole Civic is very similar. The multi-storey car park is also an element one could consider separately, but that is actually in use both as a car park and with the solar panels on the roof. So there's for me, I think there is value in subdividing. I am interested in what Councillor Cox is going to propose, and I guess that gives us an opportunity to discuss it again. I do find I can't support the motion as it's currently put. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hadley. Next on my list, I have Councillor Martin. Oh, apologies, Councillor Moore. I literally have written your name here and then Andy, but I saw Andy's first. Go ahead, Councillor Moore.
Yeah, thank you, Leader. Well, as a former Poole councillor, I spent many years working in Poole Civic Centre. And yes, I've got fond memories. And yes, I do feel quite emotional about a sale. But I actually feel even more strongly that the centre is standing empty, but costing residents from right across the BCP area, not just in Poole, approximately 19,000 a month just to keep it safe. And yes, previously we did agree to proposals for the vertical slice for use by the Coroner's Service and by Charter Trustees. And the building must have a service involved to ensure any usage is financially viable, because grade 2 listed buildings are not cheap to run. And sadly, I think that ship has now sailed, and I think the coroners want to go elsewhere. So unfortunately, to wait until we're in a position to make a decision whether or not to go for a town council will of course take some time, and that will just add to the costs that are mounting up, and at 19,000 a month they will quickly add up. But having said all that, the frontage of the civic centre is grade 2 listed, so that will of necessity provide a challenge for any prospective buyers, because they can't just ignore the grade 2 listing, and this will serve to protect the building through the planning process. And what I think we need to do now is to help is help prevent a developer trying to buy the building for some god-awful half-baked fancy pants scheme and turning it into something completely crass and inappropriate. Because I'm sure all of us here will only want to consider sensible proposals which are financially viable. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you very much, Councillor Moore. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Leader. Just a couple of points. I am really conflicted about this issue, not because I have any great love for the Civic Centre. I've no attachment to it, but I completely recognise the importance of that building in terms of the heritage and history of Poole and many of the colleagues here. And I think, given that the formation of the political group that I represent was in large part, or in significant part, around trying to protect the history and heritage of Christchurch in the merger. It would be incredibly hypocritical if I didn't acknowledge that actually one of the key things that I am constantly going on about and we are constantly fighting for in Christchurch is equally appropriate in Poole. So I do entirely understand what you're talking about. The disposal of the Christchurch civic offices was obviously quite simple because nobody had any love for that building, and I'm not sure whether we sold it or not yet, but that was a very easy decision. Not so with this one. I just want to make a couple of points about the Poole Civic Centre being the potential home of a new Poole Town Council, Parish Council, Town Council. In Christchurch, I think I'm right in saying the Christchurch Town Council meets in a drafty hall or in the library, and the Parish Council rents a room every time it needs a meeting from the Residents Association. So just to put it in context, we don't quite look as quite so grandiose as you might do if there was a Poole Town Council. And one thing which I think doesn't slightly make me chuckle is if there was a town council in Poole and you did move into that building, it would almost look like we were reversing or rolling back pre-LGR. Now, a lot of people might think that would be great, and actually a lot of people in Christchurch might think that would be great. But actually, for a new town council to be installed into the old borough council offices is going to be a little confusing, I think. But that's just a minor point. My final point is, as I said, I am really conflicted, but and I do wait to hear what Councillor Cox's amendment is. £2.5 million, I think, has been spent on this in just maintaining this building. Is it 2.5 million? 19,000 a month. When if we go back to the item we've just talked about the MTFP and the cuts that we're going to make or looking to make, it's not only unsustainable as far as to use Mike's word, it's unacceptable. I was not saying I wouldn't support what an amendment to have a better look at this or another look at this. However, for me, it's absolutely heartbreaking when you see that money leaking out of, and this isn't the only building I'm sure where we're having money leaking out of, and we are fighting to, that 2.5 million would protect my entire cultural budget and more over the for 2 or 3 years. So it's a really difficult decision. But I can see exactly why you're fighting for it. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Martin. Councillor Burton.
Thank you very much, Lydia. Yeah, I wasn't actually going to speak about this one, but listening to the passion of the debate, I feel like I ought to put in my little bit. And a lot of what I'm going to say has already been said. I do really hear the passion for the people of Poole, of the old history of Poole. I mean, I've lived in here for 40 years, and so I don't totally get it. And my ward's Bearwood and Merley, and it is a Poole ward, but we are quite a lot further away from the centre of Poole. This building, 1932, is quite also a new boy or girl on the block, because it has been mentioned that the original Poole Civic Centre or Town Hall is still there, and we actually meet there now. I would very much like it to remain. However, £19,000 a month. It is a Grade 2 listed building, so whatever happens, I'm assuming that the facade, the front of it, will remain. Later on today, and actually every time we meet, actually, I try to convince us to continue to invest money in children, to improve children's services. We did talk about children in Poole. I can't see £19,000 being spent on a building when actually I would prefer that money to be spent on improving children's services. I know we're all going to build a bit for that amount of money, libraries, that sort of thing, really important. Children use libraries. I would suggest more than passing an old building. Therefore, yes, I would really like to see it stay, but I cannot see us spending £19,000 a month on it. Plus the risk of it getting destroyed, vandalised, burnt down, and at the moment it's deteriorating and it's not looking good for Poole. I would think whatever we do need to move on now. We need something to happen to that building and make it now a new asset.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burton. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, I've listened to all the statements that have been made, and I go back to, I was elected as a Poole councillor in 2007, so I spent 12 years of my life as a councillor based in that building, like Councillor Moore and Councillor Trent, Councillor Howell and others. So I've got quite a strong sort of emotional connection to what went on in the main Poole Civic Centre building and what that means to Poole as a sort of a centrepiece of Poole. But I think we need to remind ourselves that this report is looking at the whole Poole Civic Centre estate. So it's not just the Poole Civic Centre building. It's also the public car park next to it. It's the multi-storey car park next to it, and it's the annex. It's the whole site. It's not just the old historic building. And I get the sort of emotional connection and the heritage, the importance of the heritage for that main building. But the financial reality that we are faced with at the moment is that these buildings would cost multi-millions to actually bring back into use. They're not habitable at the moment. To renovate those and bring them back into use, as well as costing £250,000 a year just to stand empty. The point about the town council, and I take Councillor Howell's point about the town council, but from my experience of town and parish councils, you would need to have a small staff team with a small office and then just occasional meeting spaces for council meetings. Poole Civic Centre is probably 10 times too big for any sort of future town council, and it would cost millions. I don't see any future town council having many millions of pounds to renovate a building to be able to move into it. So I think it's a complete non-starter that any future town council would occupy that building. You know, Poole Civic Centre housed an entire unitary authority, not a town or parish council. In terms of affordable housing and any future use, I'd point people to the use of the Dorset Police headquarters, which was opposite the Civic Centre building, and that was sold off. Dorset Police moved to a new purpose-built premises, and that's been converted into apartments, and a very sizable affordable housing contribution came from that development. And I think it looks good, that metropolitan building. Councillor Trent asked about, you know, that it could be a town council in a couple of years. That's all well and good, but you're asking for £500,000 for us to just keep an empty building there. I can think of 100 better uses for £500,000 of council money than leaving a building there in the prospect that there may be a town council which may occupy about a tenth of that building. And then public consultation, and I get that people have come to this saying, well, we need to ask the community, we need to ask the public. Well, we have actually. The local plan consultation has been very extensive and allocates this site. You look at the local plan, it puts in detail about what this site is allocated for a mixed use development. That went out to massive public consultation. People had an opportunity, representatives had an opportunity to have their say about the future use of that site, what they wanted to see on it. So we have done the public consultation. The public have had their say, and that is in the draft local plan, and it's been examined in public. So that has happened. We've not specifically had, oh, this is the Poole Civic Centre old main building consultation, but we've had a consultation on that entire site, not just the Civic Centre building, but the car parks, etc. So I'm in support of the recommendation. I look forward to hearing the slightly amended recommendations, but I just think the financial reality is nobody's coming up with multi-million pounds to renovate that building to reoccupy it. and nobody's telling us where we're going to get £250,000 a year to keep an empty building, and that's not good for Poole Council taxpayers. The financial reality we're facing is that we need to go ahead with this and dispose of those premises.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brown. Any other members of Cabinet wishing to speak? Nope. So I am just going to briefly speak on this one as well. And it's been really interesting hearing everyone's views on the Civic Centre. I was born less than a mile up the road from it, and went to school very nearby, just up on North Road. And it's for me, it's very interesting that we have very different views. I personally, maybe I'm speaking for younger generations, but actually what I want to see from our local councils are decent services. I want to see housing in our area and growth and opportunity. I'm not interested in older buildings, and I would guess that potentially younger people similar to me aren't interested in that as well. And for me, this is very much about how we move forward, how we get Poole back on the map, how we improve our town centres. And I appreciate other people have different experiences, but considering I'm Poole born, I've lived near it my whole life, I don't see that kind of heritage value that everyone else seems to have. And maybe that's because my school weren't particularly engaged in going to it. Maybe it was because my youth group didn't visit. I don't know, but I certainly speak, I think, for people who actually think councils need to get on and do the things that they should be doing rather than maintaining empty buildings at the cost of £250,000 a year. So, Councillor Cox.
Thank you very much, Leader, and thank you to Cabinet and actually to all the other councillors that have contributed to this really lively and interesting discussion. I just wanted to come back on some of the points raised. Really, Mark talks about using the Poole Civic Centre as a future for the town council. I can assure you, Christchurch Town Council is 5 years old. And as Councillor Martin has pointed out, we still rent rooms in the library and in local community centres to have our meetings. It is a relatively wealthy town council. We've got good reserves, but there's no way we are going to be spending money on a building of that size. Councillor Cooper talks about injustice, very poetically as usual, but he wants to protect the Grade 2 star listed building. But as Councillor Moore has pointed out, Grade 2 star listed buildings are very expensive to occupy, as I can firmly attest, because I live in one, and it's just not financially viable for a council in this financial predicament. Councillor Aikenhead wants to do an investigation into past political misdeeds, wrongdoings, but we've got to, as Councillor Burton says, we need to move on. And we cannot afford to keep, as many people have said, a building going at £250,000 just for the prospect that a town council, it's not the fact that a town council is going to happen. I very much hope it will happen, but whether the town council, if it does happen, will want it, because I very strongly suspect that it won't be able to afford it once it's established. Councillor Trent, you questioned the actual costs. Well, I can assure you those £19,000 were based on actual sums, and I'm sure Adam Richards will gladly let you have a detailed breakdown of that. And I think you've questioned the timing of the decision, or the timing of the decision is not, as you have suggested. It is entirely due to finances. You only need to listen and absorb the previous article about the medium-term financial plan to realise that we are not out of the woods. We are still in the hospital, and therefore we do need this money to actually continue with our transformation programme. But you did actually talk about the vertical slice, and I know Councillor Hadley talks about there being some value in subdividing, which I think is a really interesting and relevant point. But actually, what I would say is that when soft market testing this building, there will be an opportunity to look at subdividing the property or the whole property into different bits in order to market it. So there is an opportunity there. I think Councillor Canavan, you've actually said you've opposed it and you don't think the decision should be now. But as Councillor Brown's pointed out, we have consulted on this. The local planners consulted on it. So we need to make a decision now. We can't sit around and waste another £250,000 to think about it in a year's time, and then it'll be another year, and then it'll be another year. So I do want to move on, and I do want to get this building sold. And so what I want to do is to acknowledge a lot of the anxieties about selling it, and I want to suggest a change to recommendation B, and the change would be along the lines of delete recommendation B and replace it with the following: is that to approve the open market disposal of the former Civic Centre in Poole on such terms to be approved by Cabinet, based on a detailed report of bids received to support them in their decision making, which includes social, environmental and financial benefits. So with that change, I would therefore recommend this to the Cabinet.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. That's been proposed. Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, firstly, I've never had this before in kind of council or cabinet, the suspense for an amendment. I've been waiting for this amendment the whole item. Can you just expand as to what that means, a little bit more detail as to what protection that does give and what assurance that does give before you vote on it?
Councillor Cox?
Effectively, what it will mean is that when the bids come through for the different for the sale, that we will it'll be a cabinet decision. It won't be a portfolio decision or a finance director. It'll be all of us that make the decision, not a single councillor or 2 or 3 people. It will also mean that we have to take into account, as I said, social, environmental and financial benefits of the sale. You could, just to give you an example, you could get one developer who bids a bit more, and to use, I can't remember, one councillor suggesting that it would all go to posh flats for people who don't live in the area, whereas another one talks about wants to build a lot of affordable housing. Frankly, from my perspective, I'd go for the lower value and the affordable housing rather than the posh flats, and that might be a way that we will make that decision. And so that's what that talks about, basically.
Councillor Cox, can I just confirm, would that be a cabinet public decision, and would it have the opportunity to go to overview and scrutiny?
It'll be a cabinet decision, so it could go to review and scrutiny.
Thank you. Anything from cabinet wishing to raise? Anything else? No. Oh, Councillor Wilson, go on then.
Sorry, yeah. So I chose not to speak on this item because I was really waiting for this amendment. But I think that is a really helpful amendment. It gives councillors to then scrutinise it once again. So it does. Just going back to your point, Leader, previously around the younger generation not appreciating older buildings, I would just humbly disagree with you. I think there is a lot of value in heritage and in the buildings, but I do feel assured around the grade 2 listing of the building that the parts that need to be protected will be protected by that. So yeah, I mean, based on this amendment, I'm happy to support.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Brown?
I do want to speak about it.
Go on, Councillor Brown, then.
Thank you. Yeah, just I welcome the amendment. I mean, I think under the previous administration there was looking at this, then it was deferred and put on hold, then Future Places have looked at it, and then that has been deferred for the new council to come in. There's been lots of pauses and lots of discussions of different options, and I think this is a really important recommendation that actually we recommend to council in principle that the sale of it, council make the decision, but the bids will come back to cabinet to be able to look at them in public. And just regards to respecting the sort of heritage and the historic buildings, you know, the draft local plan, I've got it in front of me, strategic policy P24 for Parkstone, talks about the former Poole Civic Centre and surrounding buildings. And it says any development proposals must preserve or enhance the character and appearance of heritage assets and their settings, including the listed civic building and boundary walls and the Poole Park Conservation Area. Proposals should retain the rooms and features within the former civic centre with the highest heritage significance for communal uses and retain key views of the building. The protections are there in our draft local plan. So it's not that a developer is going to come in and say, well, we just raised that to the ground and I'm going to put in an 8-storey block of flats. And it talks about the number of stories on that site that would be acceptable. I think it's talking 4 to 6 story buildings. So it's been consulted on, you know, it's been drafted. Our planners have looked at it. It's in our draft local plan. There are protections for the heritage assets there. So it's not like we're going to suddenly see it raised to the ground and turned into a car park or a load of posh flats. You know, it's clear that their protections are there.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you. Yeah, just two things really. One is the advantage of the internet. You know, this is at least the 4th civic building in Poole. Sir Peter Thompson House was the 2nd one, which is a really interesting historic building that we were in pre-1932 and moved out of. But in terms of the amendment, I guess what I didn't hear was the possibility of subdividing it and whether we get more value out of you know, for instance, the annex. I could see it's separated off because, as mentioned, the old police station site on one side and the old tax office building on the other side have already been developed, and it's almost, you know, there is an umbilical between it and the rest of it, but it's really almost a separate site. So there's a question about whether we'd actually get more value in that way, and I would like at least the opportunity to see what might happen, including the prospect that, you know, the historic core, the Catstock room, which obviously ties to HMS Catstock, that's got the freedom of the borough, and the chamber. But I absolutely recognise, you know, in terms of my view on a town council, I'd want people to be out on the street doing the stuff and fixing stuff, and have a very slim administration as part of that. If it's a town council I'm involved in, and I don't think that, you know, 10% of the building might well be more than would be actually needed, and there may be much more efficient ways. So I think I am reassured, although I would like some reassurance that we are looking at least at the subdivision possibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Next I have Councillor Burton and then Councillor Martin.
Sorry, Councillor Martin, I just beat you there. I personally think that's a really good amendment. I do like the idea of making that decision to who would be purchasing it and the purpose of it. I mean, if we end up not selling it for as much as maybe it could be worth, I'm thinking about multiples of £19,000 amount. I think I'd prefer those £19,000 to be spent making something for people of Poole and the surrounding area rather than just maintaining an empty building. So I think it's really. Do we need a seconder for the amendment?
Are you offering?
I am quite happy to second that.
Thank you, Councillor Burton. Councillor Martin.
I think Richard might have just got in front of me there, because all I was going to ask is, could you just remind me of those last 3? I think you said, how is it social, environmental, financial? Would it be acceptable to insert the word heritage among those considerations, in that sense that would at least acknowledge that there are some...
The heritage, as Councillor Brown has already pointed out, the heritage is already protected in the fact that it's a Grade 2-star listed building and it's in the local plan. Agreed. That they have to do that. So I think any protection, you know, the words I put in there, is irrelevant for because of the local plan. The local plan will decide, actually, you know, from a planning perspective, what people can and can't do with that particular bit of the building.
Okay, so, I didn't think it would do any harm just to add that in there, but you know, I'll leave that with your amendment. So
I'll leave it as it is.
Thank you. Any other comments from Cabinet? I think I should clarify that when I say old buildings, I genuinely mean like significant in my life. Do you know what I mean? Like if something has played a part. So I was thinking of things like the Lighthouse and Scatman's Court and the Guildhall, but the Civic Centre doesn't play into that. It almost just it's a municipal building. It's somewhere you went to pay council tax, not me obviously, but my mum, or to you know, go to something else, whatever. But it didn't seem to have that that same level of like history and importance that I felt other buildings in Poole did. Right, I'm going to stop digging now. So we have an amended recommendation recommended and seconded. So if I could see an indication from Cabinet of those in favour of that. Thank you. That is not quite unanimous. Those against? Any abstentions? Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Thank you, Cabinet. Okay, so we will move on to our next agenda item, which is the item number 8, the Town Centre Improvement Fund. This is going to be presented by Councillor Rich Herritt, and I just want to see if there is someone to second it.
Happy to second, Leader.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Herritt, over to you.
Thank you, Leader. So this is a bit of a debut, so I'm second in a week, so I'll apologise for any stumbling and missed words at this point. So as the report states, there is an in-year budget of 358,000 allocated to town centre improvements. A one-off stream that was from late additional government funding to the budget and passed through in February. That funding was split proportionally amongst the 3 town centre based on the populations of the overall town. In June, I believe, Councillor Earl and the Economic Development team, Councillor Earl being the portfolio holder at the time, met with the bids and the town and ward councillors that were relevant to discuss kind of what could be done in that space, and applications were then encouraged to come forwards based on long-term boosting, seeding funding new ideas in those places and improving the space. So Bournemouth has some proposals for street life, focusing on 6 streets, adding vibrancy and animation, new street installations, catenary wires that will also enable kind of future flexibility for them to do more things through the years. They're looking to build on the Creative Writing Festival, which celebrates literary connections with Shelley, Tolkien, Hardy, Wilde, and Bill Bryson, who I kind of always forget. And then furthermore, organising a Street Life Festival, kind of utilising some of those installations and improving some more cultural activity in the streets around Bournemouth. There's some additional street art going in along a cycle path between the BH2 and the pier, and some wall art up in the West Hill car park, which I think a lot of people regularly comment as an area that they would like to see improved. Christchurch are looking to implement public Wi-Fi. I don't know if anyone's ever tried to use the data in Christchurch Town Centre, but I understand it's an absolute nightmare, and that will improve kind of street traders' access to data, as well as the ability to pay for parking on a mobile phone, and also, if you're anything like me, Googling where a shop is and actually being able to find it. It will also look to improve fixtures along Bargate and improve installation so they can address the streets through the summer, spring and winter. Poolbid are looking to invest in a street cleaning machine and are looking to employ personnel longer term to then staff that, and also improve some subway murals linking the lighthouse and the town centre, and also put some additional street art in place, and complete the Old Town Street Lamps project, which apparently has, and I can't read my own writing here, so I'm not going to say the number, about 40 lamps that were not upgraded as part of the heritage kind of programme. There does remain a little bit of Bournemouth funding kind of left at the end that the coastal bid we're looking to ring fence for that, because that's for those areas. So I'm going to invite discussion and leave it there.
Thank you very much, Councillor Herritt. Are there any councillors who are not on Cabinet who wish to speak on this item? So I think Councillor Aikenhead, you just beat Councillor Martin. Go on then.
Thank you. So I understand that BCP is a really big council, and that means whenever you have an organisation that's big, it's very difficult to do communication. Everybody talks about economies of scale, but when it comes to communication, bigger is more difficult. So I understand that we don't always get it right, but I am here at this cabinet talking on the second item, really on a theme that is really quite similar: consultation. So if you look at the report here, you would believe that local councillors have been fully consulted in this process. But I'm here to tell you that's not the case. Yes, I did have a meeting with Millie and the BID and the other ward councillors. It was put forward as at an early stage, want to get some ideas to put into things. Great, really good start. Then I didn't hear anything. August, I sent an email to Millie saying, I'm a bit confused because we've got the town centre improvement, but now we're talking about ward improvement funds. Is that the same thing? Is it different? Is anyone doing anything about the idea that I put forward at that initial meeting, when I actually suggested that what we really needed to look at in my area was the play parks? But unfortunately, Millie was too busy to answer me, and I didn't get an answer to my email. So I still didn't know anything that was going on, still not sure if I need to look for other funding for play parks, because I don't know. I did recently write to the officers about play parks to say, have you had any funding from anywhere? Because I wasn't sure if my idea had gone forward or not. And then I saw in the cabinet papers that it's all the proposals were all there, all laid out. And I haven't heard anything since that first initial meeting. I'm sorry, but that is not consultation. That is not working together. That's taking a few ideas in and then maybe considering them, maybe not. I have no idea why my idea didn't get into the final. It's not even in the paper, no explanation why it wasn't considered at all. And then I find myself saying, what are our priorities here? Our play parks there's a play park quite near our town centre where there's broken equipment has had to be removed because there is no funding for it. So what are our priorities? Play parks or murals? And yes, murals are nice, but actually if people are going to bring their kids to the town centre, on the way home they want to take them to the play park. So I just really like this to be us to take this as something bigger than just this one item. If we're saying we're consulting with the local councillors, we need to do it, not just ticking the boxes, real consultation, real working together. And it's difficult. And we mustn't just say, yeah, it's all fine, we've done it. We really need to be consulting councillors. The way we consult the public we have a lot to learn about that. But if we can't even consult the ward councillors, where are we? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aikenhead. Councillor Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just want to go along the same lines really about consultation and about the process and what's been outlined in terms of recommendation part A endorses the application scoring process, and then maybe a little bit feeds into part D, but that would depend on timing. So in terms of timelines, yes, myself and Hazel Allen, my ward, my council ward colleague, we met with a member of the economic team and with the leader on the 1st of June. And we had quite a wide ranging discussion. At that point, I would say what wasn't clear to me was that all the money would be going into the bids. So it was really like we had to be consulted with the bids, because what I'm trying to do as the Bournemouth Central councillor is to try and draw this line since I've been elected about things that have happened like the town centre summit.
and how that keeps playing in, because it seems like quite often keep sitting down and having the same starter meetings over and over again. So we had that, I thought, was quite a productive introductory meeting, and what me and Hazel were both clear about was that we wanted more involvement in the process as it went on. On the 2nd of August, which was the deadline day for applications after the bids had had 4 weeks to do it, at 14:54 on the Friday, 2nd of August, I received an email from the Bournemouth Town Centre bid saying this is what we're going to put forward. And then at 15:32, I received an email from the Bournemouth Coastal bid saying this is what we're going to be applying for. Can you please get back to us by, almost immediately to give your agreement to these. Hazel did at a later date respond to those emails and asked further questions, and I don't believe yet she's had a response from those. If you look at the scoring in the appendix, point 3 of the number 3 in the of part 1, which is the eligibility of the applications, which says that has to be met. It does say that the applicant has consulted with relevant ward councillors. Now, no one checked with us to see if we had been consulted with. So I'm not sure how it's passed that part of the application process, which was mandatory for those applications to go forward. And then it turns out, when you read in the report, that the bids have worked together and come together and decided to split that money. Again, we weren't told that. First I knew about that was within this cabinet paper. So then a resident did write in, and has been obviously lots of issues going on in the town centre. And one thing that was mentioned in a response from the leader to the resident was that some ideas had been costed, and there'd be meetings with me and Hazel prior to this coming to cabinet, which didn't happen. So there's also a technical point in terms of the West Hill car park mural. That's actually in Westbourne and Westcliff. The Bournemouth Town Centre area action plan, which is from the Bournemouth local plan, covers the eastern bits of Westbourne and Westcliff, a large part of Bournemouth Central, and then the western parts, slight for western edges of Eastcliff and Springbourne. And when we're talking about refencing the remaining funds, there are areas where I'm thinking money would be spent, ideas that have come forward at plenty of other times. But if you look at the outlines of the bid areas, both the coastal bid and the Bournemouth Town Centre bid, there's areas where investment would really make a difference in the town centre, which is not going to be met through delivery by those organisations. And that goes back to the 1st of June meeting, where I believe that we were having a conversation about a wider area of the town centre, and that there was funding, there was ideas that could be put forward that could actually be delivered by the council, and the funding could be set aside for that. So ultimately, I believe that the application process hasn't been met, so that recommendation A can't be endorsed, because no one's checked with us whether we've been consulted. And consultation, when we're talking about conurbation wide, okay, we're talking about all sorts of problems about how you do that. Okay, so when it comes to 2 ward councillors, though, consultation can and should be meaningful, and I'll just leave it there. So I believe that this item should be deferred until consultation has taken place.
Thank you very much, Councillor Martin. Are there any other councillors who wish to speak on this item? Nope, I'm not seeing any indications in the room or online. If I could open it up to Cabinet, to see if anyone wants to speak on it, that would be great. Councillor Hadley.
Yeah, I just wanted to check first with the monitoring officer. I have declared that I am a director of pool bid. I wanted actually to come back to some of the points that were made by members of the council, but are you happy for me to do so?
Chair, Councillor Hadley, you're entitled to speak because members of the public speak. If you feel you are conflicted because you're a member of the bid, you would then be required to leave the room for the remainder of the debate and not be able to vote on the matter.
Okay, so that's fine. If I could just respond with what I know in terms of particularly the 40 Street Leamington pool. This I just wanted to make the point that that's outside the Heritage Action Zone area. So we got funding from the Heritage Heritage England for many of the streetlights in pool. But what pool bid are trying to achieve there was that. I have a lot of sympathy with what Councillor Aitkenhead says. I was in the play park at Kingston Road yesterday. I just happened to spot the play inspection officer there, and I went and had a chat with him and understood directly from him how poor particularly the surfacing actually is, as well as the equipment that's disappeared. The surfacing is all peeling up, and certainly when we had the ward meeting, I wasn't under the impression that it was going to be all passed out to the bids and taken that way. And similarly in terms of the what Councillor Martin was saying, the notice that I had as a director of pool bid, let alone as a ward councillor and a member of cabinet, was about the same time. So the process was really rushed for everybody, and I think that is something that I regret, because I think we absolutely should be open and transparent. That's what we aim to do as a council and a cabinet, and I regret that. But otherwise, I'll step out. Thank you.
Well, now I'm slightly confused as a director of Christchurch bid and whether I should remain.
So for the leader, I think your position, I'm trying to get my report to move. Your position is slightly different, because in paragraph 3, I think you've already declared that your primary responsibility is with BCP Council, because in paragraph 3 indicates that you've been involved in discussions with stakeholders, and I'm reading that to be in your capacity as the portfolio holder and leader of the council. So my reading of the report is that you've kind of already determined that your conflict lies when you're in a meeting of your membership of the bid, as opposed to this membership of BCP Council.
Thank you very much, Monetary Officer, for clarifying that. So yes, I was very much involved with this process because it was sitting in my portfolio, and I completely hear the concerns raised by Sue and by Jamie and by Andy actually about some of the process that this went through. I thought we had a really productive meeting when we first met to talk about some of the needs of our town centres, and I was really keen for councillors to be involved. I think probably where we made a bit of a mistake was we decided to go with the business improvement districts as deliverers, trusted partners who had the structures in place to be able to actually do things with this, and also deliver long-term match funding or revenue capacity, so that we wouldn't, as a council, have an ongoing revenue cost, which is what we needed to avoid, considering this is one-off funding. However, obviously within that, we asked that they consulted with the ward councillors, and I was hoping that might be a little bit more meaningful than what it appeared to be. So as much as I wish we could go back and potentially look at that, I am very concerned that we have some of these options on the table. I've not actually heard, apart from Councillor Aitkenhead, with a bit of concern around whether we should spend it on play parks, which obviously is something that is needed as well, but in terms of delivering actually improvement for our very central town centres, and providing a bit more support to our businesses and to those areas that really need it, I'm not sure if that would fall within the remit of town centre improvements. However, having said that, it is, I think, some consultation from the bids to the ward councillors. It was absolutely intended, and I think it's just a shame we didn't get that. If we were to run this funding again, then I think we need to ensure that happens, and perhaps even facilitate it as a council to ensure that there is that feed that it's fed in. But yes, I haven't heard much against the actual proposed spend on these, so I'm going to see if Cabinet has anything to say on that. Councillor Brown?
Yes, thank you, Leader. Yeah, I've been looking forward to this sort of paper coming forward about town centre improvement plan, because I remember in February when we set the budget, and this was sort of some last minute one-off government funding. And let's be clear, this money was allocated in response to public demand and public comment about how our town centres are struggling, and it's been made a priority by the Three Towns Alliance and by the administration to actually do what we can to address the state of our town centres in all ways that we can. But I read a lot of online comments and media comments about our town centres, but sadly, so much of it is very misinformed and is always blaming BCP Council for what's happening on the high street. So I just wanted to be clear about what the council can do and what we can't do, because there's a lot of misperceptions about this. What the council can't do is we can't put money in the tills and make customers go to the shops and force them to buy stuff on the high streets. Customers vote with their feet. Lots of people have moved to buying online. That's not something we can actually do. We can't change the business rates. National government set the business rates. We can't change what the business rates are. We can't control the rents that shops pay. That's controlled by their landlords. And we can't police the town centres and deal with crime, except to the extent that where we have done what we can in terms of CSAS officers. Those are for other parties to sort of deal with. We can bring partners together, and that's something which we have done in terms of policing the bids, etc. We can set a strategic vision and local plan for our town centres. We can consult the public on their views on the town centres, and there was a massive Bournemouth Town Centre survey done last year. We can fund and facilitate events, and that's often sort of part of cabinet discussions. And we can maintain the public realm and fund improvements to the public realm, and that is what we're discussing here in terms of funding events and funding the public realm. So we're pulling the levers that we can with the funding that we can allocate, but there's a lot of things that the council can't do which people think we can. I just wanted to comment particularly, I'm not so familiar with Christchurch Town Centre, but with the proposals here for Poole Town Centre and for Bournemouth Town Centre. I'm a regular visitor to Poole Town Centre. I've said that before. I was there last night for the bike night down on the quay and wandered along some of the high street. And I often do my shopping in the Dolphin Centre and down on the high street. And, you know, it is increasingly vibrant down there. And personally, I do actually, and people I'm with do actually notice the murals that have gone in over the years. Before this paper even came forward, I was wandering along the high street with a friend, and we commented on the lamps, not realising that was previously done and funded by the council. So actually, I quite support the proposals here about extending those improvements to the old town street lamps and the murals, and the cleaning and cleansing of Poole Town Centre. I think those are all things that the council can fund, that we should fund, and that will actually make improvements, whether they're noticeable or just sort of subliminal for people that are visiting our town centre in Poole. And in Bournemouth as well, I visited last weekend for the Arts by the Sea Festival. And again, the proposals in here are talking about a streetlight festival and about murals and about improvements to parts of the town centre that the bid have come forward with. And I quite support those, because as a regular visitor and user and spending money in the tills in Bournemouth Town Centre as much as I can, I think those will encourage people to just look on the town centre favourably. So we're pulling the levers that we can pull. There's a lot of things we can't do that other partners or other organisations need to do as well. And I think it sort of shows our willing to the business improvement districts and to those other partners and to the businesses in the town that the council are listening, and we're actually responding to what people have said.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brown. Next, I have got Councillor Hannah.
I will risk underlining some of the things that have already been said, but I very much welcomed when it was the budget process, the fact that this funding was set aside to support the town centres. And it was very much with my own experience in mind, having lived in Bournemouth Town Centre for some years, and having seen the way in which it has sadly declined, including the more recent departures of department stores. And we do need to find ways to sustain the town centre as much as we can. And I will focus on Bournemouth. Councillor Brown has already indicated some of the things that we cannot control, business rates, owners' rents. In that context, I think I would underline that it would be nice if we could control or influence both of those. I think it's inappropriate that owners should keep properties vacant because they want a higher rent than businesses can afford to pay. But those are issues that are very much for government at the moment. And I hope that our recently elected members of parliament will be pushing for business rates and rents and issues of that kind to be properly dealt with, not just for Bournemouth Town Centre, but for town centres across the country that are experiencing similar difficulties. My understanding in terms of this particular funding was that we would be seeking to improve footfall, the visual amenities of the town centre, things of that sort, encouraging people to come in and hopefully supporting the businesses, the shops, the restaurants, the bars in that way. And in that sense, I welcome the report and I welcome the proposals that have been set out in the report. That said, having listened to Councillors Aikenhead and Martin, I do share, as you've already indicated, their view that consultation, shall we say with typical English understatement, might have been better. And I don't know what the situation is going to be in terms of next year's budget. We know the difficulties that we're facing, whether there will be similar funding again or not, don't know. But if there is, then I hope that the consultation process will be substantially improved. And just to add to the point that you made yourself, Leader, in the context of Councillor Aikenhead's comments about playgrounds, having a playground in my own ward, which is in a dire state, I totally sympathise with what she has to say. I'm not sure that exchanging monies from this particular aim towards playgrounds is the right way ahead. But I will totally support her in any arguments for more funding for our play parks, not just her own, not just mine, but others that I know that have not been well sustained and need substantial improvement. So that is something for the future, I believe. But this particular report and these proposals are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hannah. Any other councillors wish to speak? Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Leader. Just thought I should comment on the basis that one of these is obviously from Christchurch and particularly Christchurch Town, which I'm the councillor of. I have to say I was consulted. I'm not purely because I'm a town councillor, as well as the local Christchurch Town Councillor for BCP. I wasn't offered any ideas as to what it should be. I think the whole idea of this fund was for businesses to input as to what they want to improve the town centres for businesses, so that to bring more people into. It's not for. It certainly wasn't for play parks or anything else. That was certainly my understanding. I wasn't offered a sort of a list of things that might happen, and I could choose. I was simply offered one alternative, which was the Wi-Fi, and that's and I thought it was a good idea, and I was very happy to support it. And that was the extent of the consultation that took place with me. So I was very happy for the way it went. I'm very happy with what it's proposed to be spent on, and so I welcome the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cox. Sorry, Councillor Moore. Go ahead.
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, well, I am happy to support these bids, but I do share the councillor's comments about the communication, because as a ward councillor, I do expect to be fully up to speed with everything being proposed in my ward, and I think we all feel that way. And I particularly want to say that I recognise the importance of play parks. It may not be appropriate for this bid, but having said that, we are looking at how to improve play parks through a project that I'm involved in, and I quite happily share my thoughts with you in the future. I will bear that one in mind, don't worry. I also want to pick up on Councillor Brown's comments, as there are lots of adverse remarks on social media, as he refers to. And it's all about work to improve our town centres. And I just want to point out that these particular improvements come from a one-off funding stream for bid partners to create and deliver projects. but it is very much in addition to the ongoing hard work being carried out already to improve our town centres. This is a separate piece of work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Moore. Councillor Martin?
Well, you were going to forget me there.
That's me.
Thank you, Leader. Yes, in view of what I said earlier on, I should just speak about a specific aspect of town centre animation, so not to do with the report itself. As everybody knows, I don't need any encouragement to talk about culture, and I'd like to thank Rich for referring to culture and the value of culture in his opening report. Just as a side comment, he mentioned Bill Bryson. Some of you may or may not know that Bill Bryson used to work at the Echo, so he's rather more successful than other people that used to work at the Echo, I think. And although I can't possibly now write a book called Notes from a Small Island, I could do a book called Notes from a Big Council. So I'm thinking about that one. Anyway, could be quite interesting. I just wanted to mention something. We talk about animation, we talk about vibrancy in town centres. We've talked about a lot about the town centres. Can I just remind you, or just if you're not aware of it, that let you know what happened at the weekend in Bournemouth Town Centre. We had the Arts by the Sea Festival. Absolutely brilliant couple of days, and particularly Saturday evening. There were thousands of people there. It was vibrant, it was colourful, it was inclusive, it was hugely popular. There were children of that age taking part in painting and dance and all sorts of things. There were teenagers, there were students, there were visitors, there were residents. It was exactly the kind of thing that town centres need, and particularly Bournemouth Town Centre, but you could say the same for lots of town centres. It was fun, it was joyous, and I have to tell you, and I can't remember a time, actually probably the previous one, but actually the atmosphere from the square through the gardens down to the seafront and in other parts of the town was incredible. You know, we can't always say that the atmosphere in Bournemouth Town Centre is incredible, but it was. We need to remind ourselves that actually town centres are now about place and experience. That's what people are looking for when they come to the town centre, and everything that we want them to be: vibrant, resilient, welcoming, safe, family friendly, fun. All those things were what Bournemouth Town Centre was at the weekend. And somebody mentioned earlier on, you know, there is a relentless negativity about the town centre from certain quarters and on social media and in general. Actually, you would have thought that this was a different planet or a different place if you'd spent the weekend in Bournemouth as I did. It was relentlessly positive. And I say that because, in my view, things like this are the key to revitalising and reimagining our town centres. So I just wanted to mention that, and can I remind people who may not know this, that festival was put on by BCP Council in conjunction with our partners and friends at Arts Council England, who actually sent 3 of their senior regional people down to spend the day with us. So it was brilliant. I'd also just mention the Bournemouth Writing Festival, which Councillor Harrop mentioned as well. Another really good example, supported by Arts Council England. Another really good example of something that brings people into the town that they can participate in, that is not just something that people go and watch, but it's something they take part in. And that's another crucial element, as far as I'm concerned, about what we need to be doing in our town centres. People doing things and being part of it, not necessarily just going to watch something. So thank you for allowing me to talk about that, because I feel very passionate about it, and it's always important to say that. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Martin. Any other councillors on Cabinet wishing to speak? I do think we need to address the lack of consultation in this. And for me, you know, we've got those 5 recommendations. A being endorses the application and the scoring process. And I think Councillor Martin is absolutely right. the application and scoring process hasn't worked in terms of what it's produced when it comes to the consultation. So I think we need to probably remove recommendation A, because I don't see how we can endorse that when it wasn't actually what was carried out. Anyone to second? Councillor Herritt, thank you. So we have those 4 recommendations now on the table. I did just want to say another couple of things before we do go ahead and vote on this. So the Town Centre Improvement Fund, where it was voted on within our budget process, all councillors had a chance at that opportunity to say if they didn't believe that that was going to be a good use of that money that was given to us very last minute from government and presented in the budget in the addendum. But I actually think all councillors agree that our town centres are suffering, in particular Bournemouth Town Centre, and we need to work together to make sure that we are doing whatever we can. And like Councillor Brown said, these are things that are very much within our control, where we can make decisions on them, but where we are not having to create a revenue pressure for the council. And what's really good about what the Town Centre Improvement Fund has achieved is we're putting in £358,000 across the entire of Bournemouth, Port and Christchurch, but we've actually leveraged in nearly £100,000 of investment from the bids that we would not have seen otherwise. And for me, that is what councils should be doing. We need to be inviting that inward investment, able to transfer some of the revenue pressures to organisations that are better at delivering than we are, and that's exactly what we've done in this. So I'm actually really pleased that the pot has grown from that 358,000 to 458,000, because we don't usually see that happen. And for me, that is justification enough to show that this project has worked, and that next time I think we just need to refine the consultation around it. The other thing that I did just want to mention is that we made a commitment as an authority to try and get back to those basics, and a big part of that was around making sure the streets are cleaned, making sure that places feel safe, making sure that things are well lit and that kind of thing. And I believe that the projects that are brought forward and how we conveyed that following meetings with the councillors to the bids has brought forward some really worthwhile projects and really meaningful projects, which will actually help people interact with firstly visit the town and how they actually interact with the town, but it will also create new draws for the town with those particular enhancements that are quite that are really, getting back to that basic style of doing things, making sure that we don't have dead plants sitting in planters, and making sure that we do have jet washed and cleaned pavements. And I'm quite excited about actually the delivery of this and seeing what the bids can do, and making sure that we that residents are also aware of that work, and that we're contributing as a council to improving our town centres. Okay, so we have those 4 recommendations. Can I please get an indication from Cabinet on whether we are happy to accept those or not? Okay, can I please have any voting against?
Just note that I'm not voting rather than voting against.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Martin. An abstention there, and just to remind everyone, Councillor Hadley is not in the room. So thank you, everyone. I think we're just going to take a 15-minute break there, as we've been going for 2 hours, and then when we come back, we will get on to item number 9. Thank you. Hello and welcome back to this early October meeting of Cabinet. We were going to continue with agenda item 9, which is on the Bournemouth Air Festival. However, I think what we're going to do is just swap the agenda around a little bit, and that was because some of our Cabinet need to go on to other meetings and we are running out of time. So what we're going to do is go to agenda item 10, which is on the flood and coastal erosion risk management. Then we will go to Councillor Wilson's papers, which are on Hawkwood Road Community Centre and Constitution Hill Road. Then we'll go back up to the Air Festival and finish the agenda that way. Is that clear to everyone? And apologies if it does cause a little bit of confusion as we go. So agenda item 10, which is Christchurch Bay and Harbour Flood and Coastal Erosion Risk Management Strategy. That is going to be presented by Councillor Hadley. And can I find out if there was anyone who wants to second?
Happy to second that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, one of the great things in my portfolio is some of the long-term thinking, and this is a really good example of our flood and coastal risk erosion team thinking for the long term and looking 100 years ahead. At the risks from sea level rise and from climate change more generally. It's interesting that Mr. Stanley Watts raised and I know he's gone now, but raised at the beginning concerns over what we might do and whether natural flood defences would be part of the scheme. I think there's a lot of work we need to do up the River Avon, River Stour, and part of the Stour Valley Park work is about trying to slow the river flow to help with flooding. But this is concentrated on the coast and supporting the coastal strip all the way from the Long Groin, which is now, as I understand, is pretty much complete. We're doing some work on a couple of other groins, but the Long Groin is now done, all the way up to Hurst Spit. So it's us and New Forest District Council working in partnership. But our team leading on it. The really key bit of this is that in order to get funding from the Environment Agency to undertake a lot of this work, we need to have this sort of strategy in place. So this is an enabling step to get us to get money. And we have been very successful with the Environment Agency in terms of having clarity about what we need and getting their support and their financial input. There are implications down the line for us financially in terms of the things that they won't support. Effectively, if a house was built before 1980, then I think that's then if it's built before about the 1980s, then it would qualify as a house that needs to be protected. If it's built later than that, then it should have flood protection built in, or shouldn't be built in a flood zone. And so there are a significant number of houses in the Christchurch Bay area that are at risk and would attract central government funding to be supported. I think I'll leave it there in the interest of time. See where we go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hadley. Are there any councillors outside of Cabinet who wish to speak on this item? Not seeing any indication, so over to Cabinet. Go on then, Councillor Cox.
Yeah, I just want to, thank Councillor Hadley for producing this report. I think it's a great report, and it's one of the things that we should celebrate about BCP, that we have a team like this that actually thinks 100 years forward. I think there's very few elements of government which actually manages to do that and do it well. And this is a really, really successful team, and we should celebrate it at every opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cox. I'm looking around. Councillor Herrick.
I'd just like to add to that that every time you hear from, I don't think they're called the FCERM team anymore. Actually, the name has moved on, I think, to Southwest Coastal, but it's incredibly interesting. They've got a really great insight into what's going on around all of the waterways that surround kind of the area, and I would encourage any councillor in particular to engage with them, and they're always very willing.
Thank you very much, Councillor Herritt. Any other comments? I think just to endorse that as well, I know that our team in flood coastal erosion risk management are quite, probably one of the best actually in in the country, and we are really lucky to have some of those individuals on our team and doing such in-depth engineering work around sort of managing that ever encroaching rising sea level, and how we can actually protect houses, places where people live, places where they work, and make sure that it is sustainable in light of some of the changes we're seeing globally to our climate. So yeah, really good to read this one, a very in-depth strategy, and looking forward to seeing it get delivered. So can I take a vote from Cabinet? Oh, did you want to sum up, Councillor Hadley?
If I could, Leader, thank you. Just two things. One is I said that houses older than 1980s. It's actually 2012. I've just I'd confirmed as the date is the cut-off date. So if it's more recent than 2012, you've got to have the flood impacts fully incorporated. If it's older, then it does qualify for some relief. The other thing I thought was worth mentioning, it does come back to what colleagues have said. And I hope the team, I know Matt Elliott's team is online. That they are immensely valuable to us, and working with partners across the whole of the southwest area, which is why the name change has happened, because we've got an agreement with East Devon, but we are talking to other councils as well. But one of the elements is around renourishment of the beaches, that they have worked with the Crown Commissioners in terms of, can we get exclusivity, because if we have other people taking shingle and sand off of the offshore area, that net doesn't renourish our beach. And so we're trying to get into a position where we are considering not just the beach, but where does that sand come from out on the shingle banks and sandbanks offshore, and making good progress on that. So there's some really good deep thinking there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hadley. So can I take all those in favour of accepting the recommendation? Thank you. I think that is, in fact, that is unanimous. Right, so we are now going to skip over item 11. We'll come back to that a little bit later. And we're going to go on to agenda item 13, which is the Hawkwood Road Community Centre and the Towns Fund Master Plan. So Councillor Wilson is going to present this one. Councillor Wilson, is there someone to second it?
Yes, I'll second, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Leader. This is a really exciting report to approve the expenditure of funding for the full build and fit out of the community centre at Hawkwood Road. This forms a significant part of the Boscombe Towns Fund Master Plan, which seeks to regenerate this area of Bournemouth. All projects associated with the fund will be delivered by March 2026. Whilst amendments to the master plan are currently being considered, we really want to continue on with the community centre, and it remains unchanged, outlined as granted in the planning approval. The creation of a pedestrian boulevard between Christchurch Road and Hawkwood Road will accommodate the 4 retail kiosks and associated seating. This was made possible by the demolition of the former WH Smith's building, which was purchased on the 24th of June 2024. This project, this part of the project is fully funded by the Boscombe Towns Fund grant. Now that I got all the kind of robotic bits out of the way, I think it's really important to say how exciting this is and how good it is that we're bringing this forward. There are some things to be ironed out in terms of the residential stuff, and we're hoping to bring that in December to Cabinet. But in the meantime, it's really good that we're bringing this forward. It's something that the community, I think, is welcomed. Obviously, a former councillor was here today asking questions, and he welcomed it. So I think it's really a positive news story, hopefully. And yeah, look forward to inviting questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. Can I see if there are any councillors in the room who are not on Cabinet who wish to speak? Councillor Canavan, please do come on up.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is in my ward, and as Councillor Wilson says, it is something that was always in the plan to try and do this, and it's a separation really of the planning. That's the application that's already been approved by Planning Committee to build the development on Hawkwood Road. I think I just wanted to flag up the point which Councillor Wilson's alluded to, that there are some issues with the residential development on the Hawkwood Road car park that are still to be resolved. And that's not, I don't think, going to be straightforward, but I'm sure we'll probably get there in the end. I think it is important to get on with this work and to separate this work out from the rest of the project on Hawkwood Road car park. So I do support that, and it's certainly something the community wants to see in that area. So that's all good news. And I know the Towns Fund has started the process of trying to identify an operator to run the community centre. So that's underway. The only thing I just wanted to say, really, I'm really pleased that this work is going to be undertaken by internal contractors. That's really welcome. So I'm just hoping they don't find a way of subcontracting it to somebody else. If you can keep all of that work in-house, that would be brilliant. So yes, just wanted to offer my support to the recommendations in the paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Canavan. Right, I'll open it up to Cabinet now, if anyone would like to speak on this item. Councillor Hadley.
Yeah, thank you. This sounds a really good development for Boscombe. And again, the question that was raised earlier about the greening of the site, on the environment impact assessment, it does talk about biodiversity net gain, and how we can create a better environment for people in that area. And I think that's really welcome. And not least also when we've just been talking about flooding, the soakaways and the opportunities for ensuring that our water runoff is managed well. So I think, I hope it will be great for the community, but also great for the environment within the Boscombe precinct. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hadley. Anyone else from Cabinet wishing to speak? Councillor Herrett.
I think it's probably a little bit premature to be speaking about the housing here, but it feeds back to the discussion we've already been having on high streets and how lifting the public realm and kind of changing how our town centres are used is a really important part of the mix going forward. So for me, the scheme kind of fulfills that, and a nod to that kind of coming through in the future as well.
Thank you, Councillor Herrett. Any other members of Cabinet wishing to speak? Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Leader. Just a brief comment. I really welcome, as a lot of members know, I've been involved in a number of community centres in Bournemouth and Poole over the years, and I think they really can not just support the community and, from my portfolio point of view, support people's health and wellbeing and mental health, but they really can be a sort of real hub and real focus for people. And having one so close to the sort of shopping high street, I think will also help revitalise the high street and keep it busy. So I really welcome it from all sorts of aspects in terms of revitalising the shopping area, and in terms of the services and the benefit will be for the residents of that area. So really welcome this proposal.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brown. I can't see any other indications from Cabinet. Councillor Wilson, do you want to sum up at all?
Just to thank everyone for their support and their positive comments, and just to kind of re-emphasise that it is a really exciting thing for Boscombe, and look forward to bringing forward the residential as well in December.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. So can we take a vote, please, of all those in favour of the recommendation? That is unanimous. Thank you. Okay, so we're now on to item number 14, which is also Councillor Wilson's paper, and this is on Constitution Hill Road. Councillor Wilson, is there someone to second this one? Thank you very much, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, and thank you for accommodating the moving of the papers around. The Constitutional Hill housing project is proposing to deliver around 98 new homes for the conurbation. The project is currently proposed as a makeup of 76 socially rented homes, 10 temporary accommodation and 12 specialist accommodation. However, that could potentially change. Due to the increased building costs impacting the construction sector, we have needed to revise our funding strategy required to support the increased budget. Previous approvals were for the value of 430,000, which was able to be allocated under an officer decision record. This report is requesting a further 995,000 to secure planning approval and demolition of the 7 existing buildings. The full costings are very clearly laid out in the report. This development will bring forward much needed social housing on a site long overdue for development. The demolition of the buildings will save the council around £42,000 in security costs and ensure that there are no longer the possibility for antisocial behaviour on the site. The report seeks the authority to appropriate the site from the general fund to the HRA, which is a debt transfer. It's noted that the timing of this transfer will only take place when there is a demolition contract in place and a viable and affordable proposal for the HRA. So I'm happy to put forward the recommendations as set out in the report, and obviously welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. And I think it's important just to note the recommendations here. One is for cabinet approval, which is number 5, which is around delegating to the service director for security measures, whereas the rest are recommendations to full council. So can I see if anyone else in the room would like to come and speak on this item or online? Councillor Crispin Goodall, please do come on up.
I'll be very brief. I'm sympathetic with Councillor Aikenhead's comments concerning consultation. As a ward councillor, I had to ask for this report. It didn't arrive to me automatically. In fact, I don't think it arrived to my political partner, Emily Harman, either. But that's by the by. I just wanted to say that one of the things that, in briefly going through the report, is this is an opportunity for imaginative design. I hear the issues about quality and one thing and another, but I just wanted to add that if the quality of the design is for a major environmental area in above a school, I think it's an opportunity we shouldn't miss. I know that Emily and I put our hard hats on, so we've been round the estate. I think this is, as I say, an opportunity for high quality design as well as the necessity for housing. I just wanted to say the quicker it gets, the rest of the place gets knocked down, the better. The neighbours who live in Jolliffe Close have had to put up with behaviour. The place has been burned, knocked down. There are listed buildings that are going to have to be demolished because of the behaviour there. And I say the quicker the better, so that people don't have to put up with it anymore. The only other thing that I wonder about the budget was whether it takes into consideration the amount of change that will have to be made to roads around that area, because they're absolutely jammed when schools come out anyway. So if you could just, for the record, make a note of that, I'd be very grateful. I think that's all I've got to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Goodall. Any other councillors wishing to speak from outside of Cabinet? No hands online or in the room. So if we open this up to Cabinet for any comments. Councillor Hadley?
Thank you, Leader. Yes, I seconded this because I absolutely support the principle. This is a big site that we need to develop, and it will provide a lot of housing. I hope that will be particularly for young people and people who we need to support. There are a couple of concerns I had there, and I did ask these questions for Councillor Wilson, so I don't know if I had a chance to in the hour before Cabinet to come up with any answers to them. One was around the embodied carbon. And it's the existing buildings that actually were accommodation buildings. I appreciate one got burnt out, and that there is ongoing ASB, and that's the reason for demolition. But it didn't seem to feature in the life cycle carbon assessment annexed to the paper. And I think it should have done, or certainly going forwards, we should be looking at the carbon impact of demolition. The second one was that in the costs table, it talked about historic costs for future places, and I thought we'd already written off that horrible episode in the council's history. So I wondered why that £80,000 was there. And the third one was I was a bit confused because at one point it talks about demolition of all of the buildings, yet acknowledged the local yesterday to the Lady Russell Coates house, and there was reference to a budget for structural design work on that. So the question, I suppose, there is the Lady Russell Coates house to go, or is that being retained, or in part, or in whole in the new design? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Wilson, do you want to just? Oh, well, actually, let's see if anyone else wants to speak, and then you can address some of that in your summing up, if that's right. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, I won't speak long on this. I do know this site. I've sort of visited some houses in that area, and I've sort of seen the state of the site. And I just really welcome the provision of 98 new units of social rent temporary housing. It's exactly what we're looking for and what we need, and what a lot of us have wanted for a long time. I suppose I'll go back to the days of I think Poole Council days when we developed 6 new council rented homes in my ward. There was some local public opposition, but it was really welcome, and that was 6 houses. And we've had other reports come before us recently on Cabinet, for 4 houses here or 8 houses there, little pockets where we're sort of developing council houses. But to be able to get 98 properties financed and facilitated through our housing revenue account, this is a really significant. This is probably 10 times bigger than some of those schemes we've seen recently. So something on this scale, and I just refer to paragraph 22, which talks about benefits to the council. Benefit from less cost of temporary accommodation, be less borrowing in the general fund, and there'll be increased supply of affordable and specialist homes. But those are the benefits to the council. But the benefits to the individuals that will be accommodated in these properties are absolutely immeasurable. I've visited families who have moved into some of our new council homes, and it's been really transformative in terms of theirs and their children's lives, moving out of sort of cramped and poor quality housing into nice new council homes where they actually have separate rooms, etc. So I think it's really transformative in terms of people's lives, and so I wholeheartedly welcome this report.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brown. Any other Cabinet members to speak? So, Councillor Wilson, back to you to sum up.
Okay, cheers, thank you. Firstly, dealing with the ward councillors, some of the ward councillors' queries. Firstly, just on the consultation issue, I think you have been consulted throughout the process via email and such like, but you wouldn't have received this report in advance because until it's published, we're often making slight adjustments or changes to it throughout the process. And if you don't feel you've been consulted enough, please do feel free to get back in touch with me, and we're happy to have more meetings going ahead. In terms of your queries around quality, and I think you're spot on. I think this does need to be a site of good quality, like all of our housing sites, and we try our best to encourage that. That is often why some of the costings are slightly higher, because we do actually really put an emphasis on quality, whether that's in terms of the fabric first approach that we take, or in terms of the slight little touches that we try to add in, incorporate in terms of trying to make it better for the environment surrounding the site. In terms of antisocial behaviour, can't agree with you more as well. Another reason why this paper really does need to go through today in terms of getting rid of the antisocial behaviour that we've seen on the site. Happy to go away and review the issues around schools and parking as the development starts to get more into that planning phase. Councillor Hadley, regarding the existing buildings, they are unsuitable to convert and reuse as dwellings. Having been on the site a few times, I can vouch for that. Materials for the demolition are recycled. So, for example, bricks and tiles are reclaimed and sold, and concrete is usually broken up and reused as hardcore within the site. In terms of getting that kind of that report and assessment on the demolition in terms of the carbon capture, in terms of the release of it. Happy to go away and see if that can be done for the next phase of the new build, if the contractors do that, and also to see if that can be done in future developments as well, if it can't be done on this one, because I think that is a fair comment. Historic, just to touch on the future places element of it, historic costs are required to be included within the report. So this is it's a cost from a long time ago, and part of that first tranche of 430,000 that was an officer decision record. So it's subsequently completed, and you know, precedes even my time, I believe. Well, definitely. So yeah, so it's just us trying to be as transparent as possible and trying to include that. But obviously, sometimes that does lead to questions. The Lady Russell Coates House is locally listed, but it does compromise an overall efficient redevelopment of the site. The building is in a poor state of repair, and once again, I can testify that. You know, beautiful kind of, I want to say Art Deco, but I'm not sure if I'm getting the right time period. But beautiful signage, but falling apart, and yeah, it's just not in a state that would be effective to repair and to convert the dwellings. The building is expected to be demolished in its entirety. An application for full listed status has been made for this building, but was unsuccessful. So appreciating though the significance of the heritage, because that's really important to appreciate the heritage of buildings. We will look to see if we can embellish the development with some features and some touches, kind of giving it a callback to the previous buildings, in recognition of its local significance. And yeah, prior demolition application notice has been submitted and is awaiting decision. So hopefully that answers as many of the queries as I can. Really excited to bring this forward, and yeah, hopefully another development with socially rented housing and really positive benefits for the community in terms of getting rid of the antisocial behaviour. So happy to put forward the recommendations.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. So I think we will take this one to a vote. Can I see all those in favour, please? That looks unanimous. Thank you very much. Right, so we are going to skip back to item number 9 on the agenda, and work our way through the ones that we haven't covered from there. So we have the Bournemouth Air Festival. I believe that Councillor Herritt is going to be presenting this one. Do you have someone to second?
Second, Leader.
Thank you very much, Councillor Martin. Councillor Herritt.
Thank you, Leader. So before I kind of go much further, I'd like to offer congratulations and a well done to the team that delivered the 2024 Bournemouth Air Festival. It was thoroughly enjoyable, and there were a lot of people obviously around enjoying it. As the report indicates, we had 500,000 people over the 3 kind of day and night sessions. However, obviously, we, in line with the local authority spending issues, we have had to remove the funding, and that was decided last November at Cabinet, to look to make it sustainable in the long term, as uncontrollable costs kind of soar. And as an example of that, the security bill this year we know to be around £200,000. That's set to rise even further with further legislation coming from government, which means that kind of getting it out from the local authority kind of burden is very important. So as the report suggests, we are looking for commercial operator and continuing work with those whilst maintaining sponsorship as a full option to take forwards. Both of these do make a 2025 festival unviable, but we are still working on those options for 2026. Overall, we obviously feel that the Air Festival does have an economic benefit, but it is not the only show in town. We do have a lot of other events. As mentioned earlier, Arts by the Sea, it's a significant kind of event on our calendar, and I'll touch on some more of it later. I'd also like to kind of remind people that we are open for business as event space, and if people are looking to put on events, our events team would be welcome to talk to them. Any operator taking this forward would need to maintain some of the STEM commitments that we've had, we're looking to make, and yeah, and all the good work that's kind of gone before. and kind of build on it. I do recognise there's perhaps some commercial sensitivity to the commercialisation of the beach, but in terms of taking the air festival forward, I think certainly for a commercial operator that would be the only viable thing. And I'm probably now ready to hear some discussion on that. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Herritt. So I'm just looking around the room to councillors who are not on Cabinet on whether they would like to speak on this. Councillor Canavan.
Sorry, Joe, just trying to switch that off so I don't hear myself talking, because that's bad enough. You're listening to it, but I just want to ask a question, if I may, and hopefully it will be picked up at some point during this discussion. I would like to know how much this is going to cost BCP in total in the whole exercise that you're about to undertake, and these bits of these options that you appear to be recommending, because I'm not clear how much that is going to cost this authority over the period of time that we're talking about. So I'm kind of hoping that somebody might explain the bit that I probably haven't read properly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Canavan. I'm just seeing if anyone else from outside of Cabinet wants to come in, but I'm not seeing it. What we'll do is we'll go back to Councillor Herritt at the end to address that. I will just give you the heads up that there is no longer a line for the Air Festival in our budget. So as far as our MTFP is concerned, at the moment it's 0, and we'd have to come back to Cabinet and to Council to put anything in for that. Okay, so let's open this up to Cabinet. I've got, go on, Councillor Martin and then Councillor Moore.
Just a couple of very quick points, really. In the spirit of quoting other people, so we've had Alexander Graham Bell and we've had Che Guevara. So I'd like to quote Donald Rumsfeld, which is basically, there are things about the Air Festival that we know. There's things that we know we don't know, and there are things we don't know we don't know. So that makes any sense. Anyway, obviously this is the start, and the process has obviously been ongoing, and I think we're all aware that certain interested parties were around for the Air Festival, but there are some huge questions around, in my mind, some huge questions around, you know, for example, what does commercialisation of our seafront look like? What is as addressed in the report, the impact on seafront services? Just how much would this cost us? Because there will be a cost to the council in terms of staffing and infrastructure. That's clear. And one of the things that I'm particularly interested in is the length of the contract. And I may have misread it, but I know somewhere in there, well, maybe I've heard it, it was a potential 10 years. That's a long time. Is that something, 10 years, is that something? I mean, I understand why a commercial operator would want a long-term contract and the commitment. Is that something that we're going to be comfortable with if that is how it ends up? So obviously a lot of things to be gone through by the team if we go forward with this. The one thing I would say is that, from my point of view, having been involved with the Air Festival for in different capacities for all its time, it clearly needs to be a different beast if it comes back. I'm sure it will be a different beast when it comes back, given what I know of potential interest. But I think, without being too simplistic, it would be great for it to be less Bournemouth and more Farnborough, more about technology, more about STEM, and building on the great work that's been done on STEM at the Air Festival, but something that's a lot more a sort of commercial event as well as a public spectacle. Thank you, Leader.
Thank you very much, Councillor Martin. So next I have Councillor Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Leader. I apologise for not having any quotes, but I am happy to support the recommendations. I'll do a quote for next time, I think. Yes, this would be far more commercial, And I really don't want to see anybody priced out of going. But at the same time, the new operator is going to have to underwrite all the massive safety risks involved and all the legal and security requirements, which, as we've heard, are wide-ranging and increasingly expensive. And I only hope that they're still able to include the STEM village. But at the end of the day, I do think it's worthwhile pursuing this offer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Moore. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Leader. Any quotes that I would have would come from social media or comments following Echo articles, which I'm sad enough to peruse from time to time. And I think it's just worth underlining the misinformation that is there about the amount of money that the council has made from the Air Festival in the past. And the figure of 14 million has even appeared as the profit that we have made as a council, which is clearly total misunderstanding of that figure as set out in the report, that we do in fact, or we have in fact had to pay in order to enjoy the Air Festival. And although, yes, in some areas like parking, we do get additional income, the overall costs have been as high as 400,000 in 2022. And it's that overall cost that we cannot sustain. The 14 million figure is the additional income for the businesses in the area, which clearly is welcome for the businesses, but sadly the council does not get a cut. That's something that I think needs to be made clear in the public arena. It's also clear from the social media and Echo comments that there are people who love the Air Festival and there are people who hate the Air Festival. I did mention earlier that I have lived for a few years in Bournemouth Town Centre, was actually lucky enough to get a decent view, didn't watch each display, because after seeing a couple, then you do know what is going to happen and how it is. But personally, and with my family, enjoyed it and did not find the presence of all those attending or the noise at the time when we weren't actually watching it in the least bit disturbing. It was just something that happened to happen, and that was fine. It does support the town centre. It does increase footfall. It does support our businesses, not all of them, because it is true that some of the business can be closer to the seafront and some of the businesses further away can experience a slight loss in footfall at the time. But overall, that 14 million is not to be sneezed at. It is good for our area. Not to mention the fact that it does provide a lot of enjoyment. It brings friends together. It brings families together. From those aspects, I think it's a good thing, and I'm delighted that we're going to continue to explore to see what can be achieved in the future at no cost to the council, or possibly with some genuine income to the council. We'll see what can be achieved on that. The one other comment that I would make is with regard to option 3, which isn't in the recommendation as such, but is in the paper, and it describes the possibility of alternative events bringing footfall into Bournemouth Town Centre. And my answer to that is I would love to see yet further events bringing more footfall into the town centre for people to enjoy and for businesses to benefit from the trade. But in addition to, not as an alternative, let's do as much as we can to re-enliven Bournemouth. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Leader. I'm afraid I've returned from holiday and I seem to be the bad boy in all this. I really struggle with this paper. There's no confirmation yet of whether spend this year was actually within the budget of £200,000 that we set. And that's really important. But also, I know from the whole organisation seems to get sucked into this, and I'm really concerned there are hidden costs that are not measured and not valued. Every time I tried to have a conversation with officers in the couple of weeks leading up to the air show, it was always, "Sorry, I'm dealing with the air show. I can't deal with that now." And I think that goes much wider than some of the services that are listed in the prospectus as being those areas that are covered. The economic spend, the figure doesn't highlight them. Councillor Hanna referred to this, but I've had conversations with businesses who have said it's like a winter's day for them when the air show is on, because people are not visiting some of the district centres and town centre shops because they're on the beach. And of course, the businesses that are on the beach serving them are very often eventing people from completely from elsewhere. And they come in with their supplies, with their staff, and whether they spend any money probably depends on whether they have an overnight stop or whether they drive back home to replenish their stock overnight. So I do worry that figure is interesting in terms of breaking out how much of that is actually money spent in the local economy and how much of it is just activity that we don't really see. In terms of climate change, from a climate change perspective, the air show epitomises the opposite of demonstrating responsibility on our climate emergency declaration. The carbon load is significant, and we have a problem with the huge influx of vehicles on every sunny period throughout the summer, including the huge queues on the N3, the A31, the Spur Road, but it is at a peak during the air show. And that includes really obstructive and inconsiderate parking, and it costs us money to tow away those worst culprits. And I think, again, the 2023 budget figure is the tip of the iceberg. And as we've heard, the security costs are escalating significantly and will continue to do so, such that things like the Great Dorset Steam Fair stopped a few years ago because they got to a size where actually it was completely unsustainable. And I think the air show is in exactly the same place. There are examples of mass events where significant efforts have been put into making surface transport truly sustainable. The Dutch Grand Prix is motor racing, but 98% of the 110,000 people who visit that each day of the festival go by public transport, walking or cycling. And the question I'd have is, can we negotiate within this 10-year deal? And I think 10 years is too long. Something that actually moves the dial significantly towards our climate ambitions, because I think that's something we really should do. The risks, again, was mentioned by somebody else. I am really nervous about turning this into a 10-year commercial deal. There are good reasons why we might, as a responsible authority, choose or need to cancel the whole event or cancel a day on the event. And we've seen an example from the United States of something of this nature: a single day lost, a big legal battle, and a big damage fee for the authority against the authority, including handing over additional privileges to the organizer of the festival, and extending the life of that agreement significantly. And I think the biggest risk actually we have, and we can't transfer to these an external agency, is air crashes. We have we have to rely on the skills of the pilots, the diligence of their ground crews, but things do go wrong, tragically in some cases. And over a highly populated beach and a conurbation, it is a big risk. The costs of the council, as I said, I think we in paragraph 13, we highlighted that we discount the other bids because it's continued to use our funding. Well, so does this one, because we're giving up parking revenue, we're waiving our fees, and the loss of other income as a result of that. This is a significant public subsidy to keep the air show going, and I think it's we need to be clear that about that. But also, we charge charities for road closures, for fundraising events, community events, but we're not looking to not charge a commercial entity to do the same. That feels actually morally wrong to me. I would really much rather we go back to basics. Many people I talked to were disappointed, but the red arrows weren't there. And they said that the real thing that they were keen to see was the red arrows. Having them come through and display perhaps several times a year would be a fraction of the cost of operating the air show, and it would perhaps could be funded from seafront car parking to significantly less than the subsidy that we seem to be doing here. Despite all the furore about losing the air show, it was great that the hotels have now agreed to fund the pilots, but the public appeal achieved a tiny amount of money. I heard a figure of £60. I don't know if there are any more money in, but although the public say they want it, ask them to contribute to keeping it a free festival, and people are not prepared to put their hand in their pocket for it. So I really am concerned about this, and I'm afraid I can't support it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hadley. Councillor Burton.
Yes, thank you, Lydia. Yes, Councillor Hadley at the beginning actually covered a number of things that I wanted to say, but just to pick up from that, it's really good. Councillor Canavan's question about how much would it cost the council, I think it's such a shame that somebody didn't ask that many years ago with the previous air festivals, because it's sort of it's iceberg economy, this, isn't it? Where we sort of know how much a bit at the surface costs, but all that stuff that went on underneath, we have no idea. We don't even know how much extra car parking fees brought in, or whether they did, or whether actually we got less car parking fees because of what's going on in the air festival, plus of course all the officer time and other resources, the BCP. So that was a great question. It's a shame somebody didn't ask it 5-10 years ago, so we could make some better decisions here. I also get the idea. I mean, I don't care either way with the air festival. It's not something that I'm really interested in, but I have family members who love it. But knowing the cost of it is really important, particularly in this economic climate.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burton. Any other cabinet members wishing? Oh, Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, I mean, what I welcome on this report is that we are literally keeping our options open, and we're not just saying, all right, we're going to follow this option, but we're looking at option 2 and 4. So looking at providing a 10-year agreement with a potential operator, as well as seeking to secure sponsorship for the funding gap to sort of follow both of those tracks. We're not just going down one alley, which might not get anywhere. I attend the air festival most years. And always enjoy it, and it does bring some sort of a lot of sort of business and vibrancy to Bournemouth Town Centre and the seafront. So I do welcome it. I welcome the interest that's been expressed, locally, but also by a potential operator in running this. I think the point just made about the cost of it not always being fully known and the sort of hidden cost within the council, that's important. But I think what's also important is the increasing annual cost of it. So whereas 5-10 years ago, we could have had some idea of what Bournemouth Air Festival cost, and the council could afford to put it on and bring people into the town. I think what people don't appreciate is that that's going up and up and up, not just with inflation, but insurance costs, security costs, all of those sorts of things are exponentially growing. So it's making it harder and harder, not just for Bournemouth Air Festival, but for all sorts of air shows to be financially viable. And so I don't think we're the only ones that are having to look really carefully at how to keep this sort of festival running, because the costs are going up and up and up. But I do support the recommendations. I'm glad that we're sort of looking at the 2 options to sort of proceed with.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brown. Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Leader. To be honest, I've got a lot of sympathy for Councillor Hadley, his views on this. I attend the air show every year. I enjoy it, but I'm not a big plane watcher. It's the red arrows that I like, to be honest, and so I've got no particular feeling of love for the air festival as such. I think that in terms of the cost question, that has been asked, I think, all the time, and we never get a defined answer to the question. So it is a question that's been asked. I think we should be upfront and straightforward about this, is that the air show will not happen next year. There will be no air festival next year. And I think we've got to be straightforward about that, because it's not going to happen. And actually, this is a big opportunity to see what will happen when we don't have it, and see what alternatives we can put in place. So I think this is a potentially a restart position to see where we go from here. I think the paper in front of us gives us an option. It's an option which some people will like, some people will not like, and we've got to make that decision when we have to make that decision. But we don't have to make that decision right now. It just gives us an option for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cox. Councillor Martin.
Just in response to Councillor Hadley and Councillor Cox, just to say that there are conversations underway or being had about the red arrows coming and doing a fly past one evening or something once or twice next year. So we'll see how that works with private sponsorship.
Thank you very much. Okay, so anyone else looking to contribute? Councillor Herritt, do you want to sum up, please?
The incoherence started there. So I was apologising for how I was going to bounce around, and people would have to try and keep up, and I apologise for that. But that's already been challenged, I think, for everyone. So the general situation discussed in this paper is whether we actually keep our options open, which this paper does. I recognise that the Air Festival is a big event in the calendar for a lot of people, but as I mentioned before, it is not the only show in town. Arts by the Sea, Poole Harbour Fest, Christchurch Food Festival, Bournemouth Sevens, the BSO, Seafood and Sounds, all the events on Poole Quay that the ladies from those businesses organise, like Bike Night through the summer, fireworks, they all contribute to the events programme in the town. Maybe not in one hit, but actually a spread of events makes it much more sustainable quite often for businesses to really deal with that rather than a huge peak. Net neutrality is going to be cost tested through the contract negotiation, and if it fails to meet that, we wouldn't be entering into that contract. The commercial operator has indicated they're very willing to include STEM going forwards, and any sponsorship arrangements that we would seek was one of the other options on the paper would obviously include a STEM option as well. If we made £40 million from the festival, I think there will be very little discussion at this point about whether we continued it or not. The report suggests 14 million is the estimated uplift economically, but as Councillor Hadley does rightly point out, that does kind of spread out of the area because some of that goes into the seafront operators that are brought in for the weekend. Taking the red arrows forward as single events that were kind of organised could be very cost prohibitive. Just because of all the insurance arrangements that surround them and kind of the aforementioned security issues and stuff. But obviously, as with any events, the events team are willing to explore and discuss with partners. And back to the 40 million uplift, we do know that some of the businesses in the area do experience a downturn over that period. Option 3 is not recommended due to the procurement cost, but as just mentioned, we are very much open for business and the events team are willing to hear offers. And I do recognise the environmental concerns and we know that the biggest impact on this is the way that people travel to the festival. I would welcome exploration through the contract to see if we can really change the dial, if that is a situation we enter into, to try and reduce that reliance on driving, because we know that's the biggest impact. And a lot of the other kind of challenges are going to be tested in negotiation. And if it doesn't work for us, we are prepared to not take that option. I think it should be remained open. The other thing is that we do need to wrap this work up in the spring to make a 2026 festival viable. So this is a bit of work that's going to come back fairly quickly by council standards. So I think we will need to then make a longer term decision. But for now, this is just about making sure that we're committing to work to keep our options open. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Herritt. Right, we will now move to a vote. So can I see all those in favour of the recommendation, please? Any abstentions? Any votes against? Okay, so that is has been voted on and was a successful vote for Cabinet. So we will now move on to the next agenda item, which is the Community Governance Review. Agenda item 11, I will be presenting this report, but can I please ask if there is a Cabinet member who is willing to second it?
Happy to do that, Leader.
Thank you very much, Councillor Martin. So across the BCP Council area, we have 5 parishes which each have their own councils that sit below BCP as a level of community governance. Every 10 to 15 years or so, areas should really be reviewed in terms of their governance arrangements and consider the needs of the communities and whether those have changed or whether there are improvements to be made to community governance to reflect how communities evolve and grow and everything else. So when local government reorganisation was forced upon residents across Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, Christchurch actually made the decision to create a town council, and therefore they have a level of local democracy that exists that exists in Christchurch but doesn't exist in Poole and Bournemouth. And then, of course, we have the parishes around that as well. Poole and Bournemouth have a charter trustee arrangement which looks after the civic side of the town's histories, but there are no powers beyond the mayoralties. This review will consider the creation, abolition, merging or altering of existing parish councils and any other electoral arrangements for the non-parish areas. So those new parishes may be created as a result of this review, based on the geography of the area, the makeup of the local community, or even a sense of identity. And it will very much be down to those communities to consider what governance arrangement suits them. The paper really kickstart the process in reviewing those arrangements, and I'm pleased that residents of those unparished areas and those parished areas will have that opportunity to bring forward their ideas on how we can improve democracy on a more local level. So the recommendation here is to council, and so we'll be discussing it in that much larger forum. However, Cabinet do need to consider this beforehand. I'd first like to see if there are any councillors in the room or online who would like to say anything about this item. Councillor Trent, do you want to come up? Thank you.
Hi. Yeah, I think, first of all, because there is some confusion amongst people I've spoken to, including other councillors, that this isn't about devolution from government. That's something totally different, and that's more likely to lead to things like elected mayors, although I do think we actually need to know more about that than we do. And I also think that there isn't likely to be a single answer for all the areas of BCP. I think some areas may feel they've already got satisfactory arrangements and they feel that they've got the input they need. Other areas will probably think, well, I'm not really interested, but there may be other areas that have quite a strong sense of community that do have an interest in doing something, and I can speculate as to which ones come from where. But I know that amongst a lot of residents there is a frustration in what BCP can't do, for very good reasons, because you know, there are certain functions that BCP do that are not, you know, that are so important that it kind of crowds everything out. And as I say, I think the other thing that needs to be shot down in flames is any idea that this will suddenly replace BCP. It won't. BCP will continue to exist probably for at least another 20 years. It will probably see my lifetime through at least. But there's a possibility of creating something which is free from the major money pits that affect the, you know, the BCP priorities are. And, you know, thinking of things like play areas, open space enhancements, small improvements, civic support, although the charter trustees do that, but they're small grants, which has recently been determined as likely to be ultra virus from the charter trustees. We introduced a grant system this year and told that we probably can't do that. So there's lots of aspects to this, but I do think we do need to do a consultation and let people know what it is and isn't about. And I think that we need to do a proper job of it, not just do a tick box exercise, you know, fill this form in over the next 3 weeks and that's your, you know, that's the whole thing done. I do think it's more important than that. And I think the opportunities for residents to get what they require that they can't get at the moment out of the authorities, that's important, but also the potential benefits to BCP Council. You know, it does work both ways. And I know that some of the charter trustees in other parts of the country are a bit cynical about that side of things because they kind of feel that they're being forced into looking at something which they're not.
Councillor Trent, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
We've just got to 3 minutes, so
Oh right, yeah. So so I think we should go ahead with it. We should look at all the aspects, listen to what people say, realise that there isn't going to be one answer for all people, and just kind of go for it. But inform people properly to start off with, and don't just rush a consultation to tick a few boxes.
thank you very much, Councillor Trent. Any other councillors in the room or online looking to speak on this issue? Nope, I'm not seeing any indications. So let's open this up to Cabinet. Any Cabinet members wishing to speak? Go on then, Councillor Martin.
Thanks. Very few, quick few points. So first of all, I don't know whether my Christchurch colleague would agree with me this, but I don't think there's any further appetite for tinkering with the parishes, although it says so in not tinkering, but you know, it says that's an option to look at merging or altering. I don't think from the conversations that I've had with colleagues on the other parishes and residents that there's any more appetite for that. If we ask people in Christchurch about what about a little bit more local government reorganisation, I suspect the answer might be a fairly short one. So we shall see. So I don't think there'll be any appetite for that in Christchurch and Highcliffe. The second thing I would say is that I'm sure all the parishes, so there are 2 long-standing ones, Herne and Burton, and 2 new ones, Christchurch as a town and Highcliffe as a parish. I imagine they would be more than happy to help share the positives about having parish and town councils, and there are a huge amount of positives. I've been on the Highcliffe one since the beginning. We are trying to achieve a lot, and we are achieving things. So there's a lot that can be done. There are a lot of frustrations. So I think it's only fair to say that we'd all probably want to share the frustrations as well. And the chief exec knows one of them full well. It's taken 5 years, although unless he can give me an update and say it's been done, it's taken 5 years to transfer the Highcliffe Recreation Ground to the parish council. But that's just one thing. So there are lessons to be learned, and there are challenges, but there are great opportunities in this as well. I would say that there's this governance review and the opportunity to create parish councils in other parts of Bournemouth and Poole does present great opportunities for other areas, but also some significant risks. I think you know, our services are under pressure. If several areas come forward and want to be parished, you know, do we have the capacity in legal, in democratic services, and across all the services to do what needs to be done to ensure that happens, and to ensure that, for example, assets are transferred in a timely manner to make this meaningful. And alongside this whole issue of parishing, must go hand in hand, and it's a bit of a hobby horse of mine with a number of issues, is making this council that we keep talking about as being enabling, empowering, facilitating, supporting communities and trusting communities to do things with us and for us, and letting them do things and trusting them to do it properly. That's got to be part of this process as well, implicit in that. Otherwise, an empowering council, which I'm still waiting to see a lot of evidence of that, is more than just it won't be any more than just a slogan. And the final thing I'll mention is the communication challenge for all of us on this. I mean, there'll be 2 key narratives here, won't there? In some communities, it'll be, this is great, we'll have some of that, thanks. We'll run our own parks, we'll sort our own pavements out, we'll do our grass cutting. There'll be another narrative, which is, what, more councillors? No thanks. We've got too many already. More councils, and who needs more councils? Who needs more councillors? More local taxation. No, because our council tax won't go down. If a parish council it pops up, it will just be an additional taxation, which is fine because it's not a great amount of money, but that will be the narrative. So there's going to be, I think, quite a common challenge that we will all need to be involved in dealing with or helping with.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Any other councillors wishing to speak? Councillor Brown?
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, just briefly on this, I'm quite happy to sort of go ahead and have the community governance review, and I know that we councils should carry these out periodically anyway. So I'm in support of the report. Personally, I do have some concerns about creating another layer of local government, and as Councillor Martin said, another tax precept on the council tax bill. I'm all in favour of improving local democracy and the voice of communities, and decision making being nearer to the people and communities that it affects. But we really need to, and I hope through this review, those voices will be heard to balance that against sort of bringing back another layer of local government, having gone through all the pain of the creation of BCP from the previous councils. And just looking around the room today in the cabinet, I wanted to sort of note that those people who back in 2017, 18, 19, who were the leaders in creating the merged council of BCP Council from the previous councils, many of them, most of them probably lost their seats in those elections in 2019, and more of them then lost their seats in 2023. And I think the public have, through the democratic process, have made their views known about the local government reorganisation, and the fact that there's probably only a handful of those that were integral to creating BCP are actually now sitting as councillors on this council. And most of us sat here making the decisions were actually against the creation of this council in the first place. But yeah, so I do have some concerns. One thing Councillor Trent said that just pricked my ears up was you said that there are about creation of town and parish councils because there are things that BCP Council can't do. In terms of delivering local services, I don't think there is anything that BCP Council can't do. There are absolutely things that we're inadequately funded to do because of the national government funding approach for local councils. And I wouldn't want to see the creation of town and parish councils just being used as a method to circumvent the inadequate national government funding. We need to sort out adequate national government funding in our sort of conversations and lobbying with national government so that local authorities can deliver the services they need to deliver, rather than creating another layer of local government to circumvent national government's policy.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Cox?
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, no, I'll echo a lot of what Councillor Martin says. I have been, and I'm not sure this is an interest I should declare, but obviously I'm also a Christchurch Town Councillor and have been since the formation of Christchurch Town. There are huge positives to being a Christchurch Town Councillor. There are huge frustrations with being a Christchurch Town Councillor, and not least of which, the way decisions are made at such a local level. I know you commented on that this could be a positive in terms of a local democracy. Well, when a town council is not elected, but effectively there are no elections at all, apart from in one small ward, and I don't really call that a democracy, because I didn't get elected last time. Most of Christchurch town councillors, apart from 2 or 3, actually got elected. So I think there's a job to be done in terms of making sure that those parish and towns actually do get elections. People do want to come forward and act for those areas, those towns and parishes, and I think that will be a good job for the working group. So I welcome this. I think we do need to do it because we, as the Three Towns Alliance, we're all about pushing power down to the lowest level, as far as I'm concerned, and this is pushing power down to the lowest level. How that lowest level operates is important, and we need to make sure that money is well spent when it gets down there. We can't have it being a personal fiefdom where, shall we say, vanity projects are entered into willy-nilly. But I do think there's all sorts of ideas in which we need to link BCP with those parish councils, and actually having a full representative of parish town council will make BCP pay attention to them. Because at the moment, sometimes as a Christchurch town councillor, I do feel as though BCP ignore parish councils. It's a bit of an afterthought when it comes to making decisions. And you know, and actually, if everywhere is represented by a town or parish council, then they would have to pay attention. And the frustrations that you have with your recreation ground, I can assure you, they are multiplied with Christchurch Town Council, because we're in exactly the same boat. So I think this is a good step forward. But we need to carefully plan for how it's enacted. But I welcome the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Any other comments on it from Cabinet? So just to sum up, I agree very much with the thoughts and comments from Cabinet. I think what we really need to value about the Community Governance Review is that it is very much based on what residents come forward with in terms of their views of democracy. It may be that everyone says actually BCP meets all of our governance needs and therefore we don't need any parish or town councils, or it might be that places like Poole and Bournemouth want to join and have a similar governance structure to Christchurch. It's very difficult to know what that is going to look like, and I think the point of the Community Governance Review is that it will try and uncover some of those maybe that democratic deficit that exists in Poole and Bournemouth in particular, but it will also with the politically balanced working group look at how we can address that through governance arrangements, because at this point undoing LGR is not something that we can do. In fact, it's down to government if they wanted to do that. So this is within our control as a council to be able to look to the community and say what's going to work, what isn't going to work, what do you want, and hopefully we'll hear a good range of voices and have a really good debate about the future of democracy across our three towns that respects the identity but also respects that people sometimes just want to get on and are quite happy with a single council across the whole area. So I think we're ready to move to a vote. Can I take all those in favour of the recommendation? Brilliant. So that will now go on to council for a bit of a wider debate and for that full council decision on whether to proceed with the Community Governance Review across the board. Right, so our next paper is item number 12, which is the council-owned companies shareholder governance review. This is going to be proposed by Councillor Jeff Hanna, and I'm going to be seconding that one. So, Councillor Hanna, over to you.
Thank you, Leader. As the report says, this follows on from the decision taken at Cabinet in January to clarify and define the roles and decision-making arrangements for council-owned companies and to ensure proper accountability as endorsed by the Audit and Governance Committee. It sets out the detailed governance framework with the establishment of a shareholders advisory board and a shareholders operations board, and also guidance to members and officers appointed to outside bodies. These are attached to the report as appendices, and I would like to thank the monitoring officer for her work on these. The proposed membership of the advisory board is set out in paragraph 3. The operations board comprises the relevant senior officers as set out in paragraph 6. The framework sets out that BCP councillors would no longer serve on the boards of council-owned companies, and suitably skilled officers would be appointed in their place. The companies are listed in paragraph 12. Current appointments are set out in paragraph 14, with a clarification in paragraph 13 that to replace these members, the councillors, the relevant articles of association for each company will need to be reviewed and amended as appropriate. The recommendations are to approve the framework and the guidance and to authorise the monitoring officer to ensure our constitution is updated accordingly. And just to add that the January Cabinet meeting also agreed that a review would be undertaken of the effectiveness of each of the council-owned companies, and a further report will come to Cabinet setting out the outcome of that review. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hannah. Any councillors? Councillor Canavan, I can see you're indicating, and then we'll come to Councillor Howe.
Thank you, Chair. You might need your timer. I find this report deeply frustrating and deeply disappointing. The idea of reviewing these companies, council-owned companies, by creating more layers of bureaucracy seems to me to be entirely flawed. I just need to remind us all, if I may, about why we came into this process. And that was about the debacle of Future Places and the fact that things went on within that particular organisation which proved to be invisible to many people, and it revealed a complete lack of transparency around that organisation and a desire to ensure that all of the rest of the council-owned companies didn't fall foul of the same problem. So what do? You create more committees, more bureaucracies, more boards to do exactly what you don't need to do, and that is to reduce the degree of transparency. You will read in the report that I am supposed to be a BCP representative on the shareholder board of Tricura. For the record, that committee has never met. So what is my role? You know, obviously the list of people that are on these committees is way above my pay grade, but what is my role as an independent, independent opposition councillor, being able to scrutinise these companies? It is not good enough, Chair, in my view, to have a situation where my only recourse of scrutiny of these companies by some way of some annual report by these organisations into some other committee. That is not good enough. So whatever this board is going to do, it needs to think very carefully about what that transparency is going to look like. How do I, as a councillor, even if in the days when I retire, not be a councillor anymore, why do I, as a member of the public, get to be able to see behind what these companies are doing, not just what's in the company's house records by way of their accounts, but what are they doing? What's their business plan? Who's making these decisions? How can I challenge those decisions? And all you're doing is creating an obscure process where I'm going to have to ask several people lots of daft questions in order to be able to get to the answers that I need. That's not what I thought you were doing in terms of entering into this process. So you can create these committees and boards if you want to, but unless it does what we set out to do, you will be failing. And the other deeply disappointing thing in this paper, just by way of conclusion, is that it doesn't actually deal with the individual companies that are listed. It makes a point that you haven't been able to do that yet. Now, okay, that's a question of time, but that again is deeply disappointing, because it means what you're not doing what we set out to do in the first place, and that is to review the constitution of those particular organisations and to see how you can open the windows and let the light in. Unless you do that, we'll have wasted our time. So that's all I wanted to say, Chair, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Canavan. Right, we've got Councillor Howe.
Thank you. The committee is being misled. I am speaking as somebody on a lead member on board of BDC, as a councillor, and also somebody who advises on corporate governance. There is nothing in the associated documentation that we're referred to that says that you should have all officer boards. Indeed, reading the documentation as a whole, it's saying that you shouldn't have all officer boards. On the main document it's referred to is the local authority LAC review 2021. Actually, that's been updated, new guidance being issued in 2023. I'll quote from that: boards of wholly or partly owned council entities are often a mix of councillor officers, members and independent directors, etc., etc. basically, it's all about encouraging diversity and a mix of experiences and views, so that you can bring have people on the board who will come to sensible conclusions. The trouble with all officer boards is that you get groupthink. They strongly influence. They have a strong conforming influence within the council. You know, pressure can be exerted from above. And I know from speaking to several officers who freely admitted to me that the current chief executive doesn't like the idea of members and officers sitting on the same boards. He wants to push, create clear dividing lines. But the trouble with those dividing lines is that you don't get that cross-fertilisation that's so important. We know as councillors that you look at the areas of the council that are not performing, and it's quite easy to identify quite a few of those, and they tend to be the ones that have least scrutiny by councillors, and we need to have councillors actively engaged in these roles. You know, they bring commerciality, you know, a worldliness about things. You know, they understand they're actually there representing the interests of the community. You know, they're more likely to be there on, you know, they're going to be there at least for 4 years. But, you know, there's what happens with, you know, officers, and I've seen this in my area as well, that you get a loss of institutional knowledge, because not officers, as they are increasingly moving on, you can find yourself with no no knowledge of what the past. And we've had to reserve on the BDC board, the current councillors have been very active in promoting it and moving it forward.
You're just at 3 minutes, so if you can
yes, but I think I'm just going to finish because this is really important. That they've been really focused on moving that forward and linking what is happening in with the administration, and rectifying a lack of knowledge within the officer corps. It also says in here, you shouldn't have officers on boards who have direct responsibility over that subject area. So it means you get either junior officers or you get officers from other areas who are less interested and have less time to devote to these issues. So this, just to finish, this is absolutely goes to the heart of whether we want to be an officer-led or a member-led council, and if we are to be a successful council, which we are not, I think most of us agree at the moment, nothing to do with the current administration. No, it's the history of we need transparency.
I'll cut you. I'm really sorry, Councillor Howe. It's just in the interest of fairness, because I've had to interrupt other councillors before. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. So I'm just going to hand over to the Chief Executive, who just wants to address a point or two there.
Thank you, Lydia. It's just the point about members and officers on the board. I think that it is not an equal relationship. It is not an equal balance of power. And therefore, my belief and observations and previous reports over many decades have said that having officers and members on the same board will often inhibit one or the other, normally the officer, from expressing their view, because they don't want to be seen to be going against the wishes of the elected councillor, and therefore they don't act with independence at the board, and therefore they do not fulfil their statutory requirement on a board, which is acting independently as directors and many officers. I do think there are 3 exceptions to that. I think there are 3 exceptions, which is the Section 151 officer, the monitoring officer, and the chief executive, because we have independent protections within the Constitution and within the statute. But for any other officer, I do think it's very difficult for them to vote against the views of a councillor on a board in which they have the same apparent level of interest. So that's why I've always expressed that view. That's been a view I've expressed probably for the last 25 years plus or so, and there were many cases, and I think Newham was a case in the 1990s that came out and some national headlines and recommended that.
Yeah, thanks.
Councillor Howe, unfortunately, because we've obviously got like people online who are watching who won't be able to hear. So I think we'll just carry on with the meeting. But your thoughts have been heard. So next stage, I would like to open this up to Cabinet for any comments or any debates. Anyone from Cabinet looking to speak on this? Councillor Cox?
I have to say I did have my reservations, and I share some of Councillor Howell's views on this, but we have to do things one way or the other way. One way is the way Councillor Howell is suggesting, and the other way is what's being suggested here. Personally, given the recent history that we've had with councillors potentially abusing their position, then I think we're in a far safer place to be where it's suggested here, and I'm very happy to go along with what's being suggested, and see how it goes. You know, there will be downsides, but I think on balance there is also upsides in terms of councillors and officers' relationship with each other, and the fairness of that. We can still have the historical knowledge by being on boards, advisory boards, but you know it stops any potential conflicts between councillors and officers. I think this is a reasonable way of going forward, and we should give it a go.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cox. And just to add as well, I remember, you know, that recollection of the previous council, and back in the autumn of 2022, I actually brought a motion to council which was on governance and trying to clean up the governance, and a lot of that related to the future places issues that we were seeing unfolding in front of us. And I asked for 4 things, but number 2 of those was to amend the constitution to stop cabinet members holding directorships of council related businesses. And the reason why I brought that at the time was because I became very aware that other councils who I was speaking to, they had absolutely no they didn't have it as part of their constitution for members to hold these directorships, and to be honest, it's fundamentally flawed. We're not able to have 2 hats on and act as a director of a company and at the same time act as a councillor. And yes, I think there is that we need to be very clear on scrutiny and the fact that these council-owned companies do have a level of accountability to the council, but through a directorship, I just don't think that is the way to go. So I'm quite happy with the paper as it is, but I think that Cabinet have certainly heard the concerns and will take those on board when it comes to implementing and making sure that the constitution does actually reflect what we need it to in terms of how we scrutinise some of these external organisations, but that are funded by us. So, Councillor Brown?
Yeah, and like you, I think it's really important that we've sort of, because of the sort of historic issues that we have, this sort of process, and that we are looking at the sort of the governance. I wanted to just add, partly in response to sort of Councillor Canavan's comments about Tricuro, and paragraphs 13 and 14, it talks about appointments of directors to council-owned companies. I just wanted to clarify in paragraph 14 where it talks about Tricuro Limited and the lists the 5 councillors there. Those councillors, I believe at the council meetings, were appointed to the outside body, not as directors of Tricuro, just to clarify, but as members of the ESG, the executive shareholder group of Tricuro. And members will be aware that things have changed a lot. That was back in the time when Tricuro actually delivered care services across BCP and the whole county of Dorset. And there were executive shareholder group members from BCP and from Dorset Council to balance up to scrutinise sort of what Tricuro is doing across the piece. Dorset Council have withdrawn from that partnership, and it is now purely BCP based. So there is no longer a need to have that sort of executive shareholder group of BCP and Dorset members, because it is now a purely BCP owned organisation, much more now like Seascape and the others listed there. It's a purely BCP organisation. Has no councillors or officers, actually BCP officers appointed as directors. I do attend, and last week I attended their latest board meeting as an observer, and actually it's really beneficial to be there as an observer, because there are things that come up during the meeting that sort of, it's useful to making sure that we're working effectively with that organisation, to be in the room with them and to be able to sort of build that partnership with them. But I just wanted to just sort of clarify that, but I'm fully in support of the proposals in the paper.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brown. Any other cabinet members? Nope. I think we'll go back to Councillor Hannah to sum up, please.
Thank you, Leader. I'm grateful for all contributions, including the reservations that have been expressed. I think those have been largely answered by yourself, Councillor Cox, and the Chief Executive. But I would just add that my own understanding of the situation is that when it comes to the boards of the companies, their role is to deliver on the contracts that have been agreed with the council. So there isn't really a role for political involvement or policy determination by councillors being party to those boards. It is simply a matter of the services being delivered effectively, and that then will be accounted back through the system as described in the report. So hence the rationale. I hope that is reassuring. I suspect in some cases it may not be totally reassuring, but nevertheless, I would ask cabinets to agree with the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hannah. So we will now move to a vote on this. Can I please see all those voting in favour of the recommendations? Thank you. That is unanimous. Okay, so we're moving on to the last item. I'm just very aware if I've missed anything else, but no, we're now on to item number 15, which is the High Needs Schools Grant Expenditure Forecast. This is going to be proposed by Councillor Richard Burton. Can I see if there's a seconder for this one?
Happy to second that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cox. So Councillor Burton, over to you.
Thank you very much, Leader. When we looked at the Q1 budget monitoring report for 2024-25, we took the decision to ask the Corporate Director of Children's Services to bring forward to this Cabinet a detailed report on the High Needs Dedicated Schools Grant Expenditure Forecast and available mitigation measures. To put the report into some context, it shows and explains the interactions and tensions created in the system, which are reflected nationally, but is especially clearly felt within BCP due to a number of factors. We could use the perfect storm metaphor if we wished. If so, the report explains why the life rafts that we need to protect our children and young people have ended up being so expensive. To highlight this, Council is predicting to spend 44.5 million more in 24-25 than the grant made available by the government. However, this money is being spent on our citizens, our council taxpayers, our workforce of the future. At the end of June 21, Ofsted and the Care Quality Commission inspected the BCP SEND service. The inspections report outlined that a written statement of action was required because of 8 significant areas of weakness in the local area's practice in relation to its special education needs and disability. By the summer of 23, it was evident that not enough progress had been made with the written statement of action. And as a result of this, the Secretary of State of Education issued a statutory direction for SEND, which required the Council to take steps to improve its SEND service. This was issued in February this year. There was quite a delay between the assessment and issuing the statutory direction due to the complexities involved with the DFE statutory direction and other partners, organisations within the SEND system. Considerable work was underway from the summer of 23 before the statutory direction was actually delivered. The statutory direction for SEND requires the Council to take steps to improve its SEND service, including cooperating with the Children's and SEND Services Strategic Improvement Advisor. To put it simply, the situation in July 23, there was a backlog of 192 assessments waiting more than 30 weeks and 0% of our children receiving assessments within the 20-week statutory timescale. I remember the meeting when I was aware of that, and I remember actually the Chief Executive's face at that point. Chief Executive, I don't normally see angry, but I do remember that meeting for that reason. By July 24th, though, the Send Improvement Programme for the local authority has achieved 97% with all the historic backlog of the HCP's assessment now gone. The timeliness have been sorted. There's also been a great improvement in the quality of the work, however, further progress is still needed. Nationally, there's a large increase in the number of children and young people who need support, and the cost of that support has also increased. This is creating additional pressures. The paper gives a lot of detail, and Sharon will do, the Interim Director of Education and Skills, one of the report's authors, along with Rachel Gabbard, all there to assist me if we have any technical questions with this or any detail. However, I would say that from what I can see, our SEND system is in a much better place now than last summer. Will be inspected again sometime soon, probably the spring of next year. This is, of course, is separate to the ILEX inspection that we're expecting any moment now, and we'll get an official judgment of where we're at. But the main point of this report is to explain why the cost is so high and to gain permission to continue the SEND improvement work by recommending this to Council.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burton. Any councillors outside of Cabinet wishing to speak on this? Can't see any indications in the room or online. Okay, so just opening this up to Cabinet. Anyone want to speak to this? Councillor Cox?
I've just realised that I think I said I was happy to second this motion. I am not happy to second this motion, but I will second it anyway, because clearly the costs in this section are going through the roof, and could well, bring this council to its knees, and with the issuance of a section 114 notice. It's quite clear that they do seem to be out of control, the costs. I hope they're not. I would plead on the Director of Children's Services to do everything possible to mitigate these costs wherever possible. This is completely and utterly unsustainable, and hopefully this year may be a one-off, because of the backlog which Councillor Burton talked about, and getting through the system. But if it's not, then it will bring this council down. It will bring lots of councils down across the country.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cox. Councillor Martin?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I spent probably more time looking at this paper than any other on the agenda today because of its complexity and all the issues behind it. And I don't normally speak on this matter, but I just thought there were a few things I wanted to say. So I want to talk mainly about what's happening in our schools, but I will just make a couple of initial comments. Paragraph 13 talks about the doubling of demand from 30 requests a month to 60 requests back in January, which obviously accumulating a huge additional burden, and that seems to have taken everybody by surprise. And the report says that this follows high-profile events with schools and mainstream media and social media coverage. So I'd just be interested to know, this is a rhetorical question, interested to know at some point if that's just a statement of fact or a suggestion that these things have been unhelpful, i.e. media coverage and social media coverage, in terms of more people coming forward. The second thing I wanted to note was on paragraph 14, the change in the profile for requests relating to early years, and I will return to that point at the end. On the finances, just picking up what Mike has said. So my understanding was that this paper was intended to bring forward mitigation measures to address the deficit. However, the central recommendation is to accept a £16.5 million increase in the overspend. So the only tangible options that are put forward are to raid school reserves, paragraph 39, and to reallocate the innovation fund underspend, paragraph 40. But of course, these will just scratch the surface. In fact, probably not even that. So there's a clear signal here from officers that BCP cannot itself address this deficit, which will, I think, be 108 million by March next year, and then another 30 to 40 million the March afterwards. And so, as Mike says, 114 would be inevitable. The main thing I want to address really is paragraph 17 to 31 about alternative provision. A theme in these paragraphs is the rising use of alternative provision, and students who are excluded are likely to end up in AP. And the local authority cannot control the school's decisions to exclude, but has to pay for the alternative provision place. Paragraph 17 notes that suspensions are accelerating at an alarming rate, 34.7% already up this year, with still 3 months to go of the year. So that would maybe take it to over 7,000, and particularly alarming increases in primary schools. SEN children are disproportionately affected by suspensions and exclusions. SEND accounts for about 15% of the school population, but in BCP covers about half of exclusions, paragraph 22. Children in care and those on free school meals also have a much higher suspension exclusion rate. The key trend is that the most disadvantaged children suffer the highest rates. To my mind, there are two things going on here. The first is that the schools are increasing AP costs through policies and behaviours which increase exclusions. The suspension rate is soaring, which is a precursor to exclusion. The second is that a huge proportion of pupils affected by this are the most disadvantaged ones. Children not getting the support they need. With BCP developing an inclusion plan, this is a warning signal that schools across BCP, especially academies, will need considerable incentive. It's well known that some schools are better than others at supporting vulnerable children, and the principle of inclusion needs more momentum and focus. It's unacceptable that the disproportionate exclusion of SEND students for that to continue. We need a more inclusive system which takes a more holistic, whole child approach towards behaviour support. We need cooperation and outreach from specialist settings to support staff in mainstream schools. And I think the distressed mainstream system is clearly failing the needs of SEN young people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Okay, anything else from Cabinet? Councillor Herrits?
I think that we should probably assume that in the vast majority of these cases that the spend is absolutely necessary. But just kind of coming back to it, it's clearly imperative now that the government seek to make a systemic change in this space to deal with the cost and the impacts on our children and young people. If they don't address the DSG and the SEND issue nationally and then deal with the root causes of that, it will bring down this council, multiple councils, and actually then ruin the delivery mechanism that they'll so desperately need to take it forwards. And it's now becoming very clear that it's a government choice to let this roll on. I really hope that on the 30th of October, they very publicly and quickly address it in the short term, whilst making a provision for the long term.
Thank you very much, Councillor Herrits. Councillor Brown?
Thank you, Leader. Yeah, I'm not going to go on at length because we discussed this before, and we understand the sort of the financial implications. Hopefully, all members understand the financial implications. I suppose my frustration is feeling to sort of unable to do something to address these financial implications. I think particularly for me in the report, talking about financial implications, it talks paragraph 44 about the reason for the deficit, and it talks about the statutory instrument the government brought in November 2020, meaning the council cannot contribute to the deficit, cannot hold reserve to act as a counterweight, and has been required to remove the deficit to an unusable reserve where it will sit as though it did not exist within the council's accounts or balance sheet. I think back in 2019-20, when we were becoming aware of this problem, we were being prudent, and under the Unity Alliance, we financially put money aside to be a counterweight to this, so that if push came to shove, we wouldn't be insolvent. But the government actually laid down a law to stop councils doing that, to say we couldn't put reserves aside to sort of counterweight this to maintain our solvency. So we're doing what the council have sort of said by legislation, and it's could bring about the demise of a lot of local authorities if they don't change the policy. But I just also wanted to say it's down to national government priorities and policy. I was very struck when we sat down looking at the dedicated schools grant previously, and there was a massive multi-million pound increase and percentage increase in the amount of the dedicated schools grant allocated to early years because of government policy increasing the number of free hours that you had for early years. And I made the point at the time, if government policy was to properly fund SEND and they instead made a similar multi-million pound high percentage increase in the high needs block of the dedicated schools grant, all of this pressure would go away. It's purely because they are inadequately funding it, and government policy shifted, and they decided that actually they should be adequately allocating funds for SEND provision. These problems would go away, but they're not doing that. So hopefully the new government might have a different view, but we'll wait and see.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brown. Councillor Burton, would you like to sum up at all?
I'll have an attempt to sum up, because quite a lot's been. First off, thank you very much for spending so much time on the paper. It is really good to hear, actually, because the children's services work is very complex, and yes, there's a lot going on. You're quite right, the system is broken, and we are at the forefront of that in BCP for a number of reasons, but partly due to our low reserves at this moment in time. Therefore, we're feeling it more keenly than other local authorities. There's a lot of other local authorities are looking at us, hoping that we will come up with a solution so they can follow on later on. You mentioned, also our improvement journey, of course, which I think we are all committed to, because that is one thing that we have got to achieve. You mentioned the high profile events which maybe caused. I mean, again, it's very difficult to prove whether that was a cause, but the predictions were a number that increased tremendously for a short period of time. It increased very soon after, around the safety valve discussions. I would suggest that there was some political mischief going on around there, a lot of noise generated, and that did have a knock-on effect of causing an awful lot more people to apply, which wasn't being expected. Also due to some external speakers coming into the local area to give some advice to schools and parents, which might not have been the same advice that we as a local authority had to have given. You're quite right. The best place for the vast majority of our children and young people is in mainstream education, supported to do their best. It gives the best outcome. It is by chance also cheaper, but to be honest, I know this is all about the cost. I always go back in my view, we should spend no expense on our children and young people. However, we do have to understand the cost. It is better in mainstream education. Schools do I have great sympathy for schools. I'm an ex-teacher, and I understand schools, but schools do what they are told to do by the inspection regime. To become good and outstanding in schools, you have to do certain things. There is some hope in the Children's Wellbeing Bill, which is coming forwards. We don't know the detail yet. I did say this at Children's ONS. It does look like in the future schools will have to look at how inclusive they are as part of their Ofsted inspection regime, which will give them a bit more focus on that, and will help them to understand their responsibility there, and also gives more of a foot in the door to support them in that. Because my view isn't we've got to have more children, just put them in the school and leave them. They need the support that a local authority can provide. But to do that, we've got to reduce, as you can see, the costs of some of the extremely high cost for some of the provisions that we're providing at the moment. And that's where investing the money comes. It's, we've said this before, it's invest to save. But unfortunately, investing to save at this moment in time is very difficult to do, as I totally understand.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burton. Right, so we're ready to go to a vote on that. That will be to agree the recommendations from Cabinet and recommend them to Council. So if I could take all those in favour of that recommendation. Thank you. That is unanimous of the councillors who are here in the room, because we have lost a few at this point after 4 hours. Okay, so we're now just into our last couple of items here. Agenda item 17 is urgent decisions taken by the Chief Executive in accordance with the Constitution. As you may be able to see, the Chief Executive was sitting next to me, but he's been called away for some local government association work, but he has assured me that he has not taken any urgent decisions using his powers. Agenda item 18 is the Cabinet Forward Plan. So that was published, as always, the day before Cabinet. And as always, I urge councillors to have a look at it, see what's coming up, especially our chairs of scrutiny and vice chairs and even members of scrutiny, to see what they might want to look at in the future and help inform their work plan. And so I think that at this point, all that's left to do is to wish everyone a good rest of their day and to formally close the meeting. Thank you.